Hello and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Saur Darkchylde. I'm a player with autism, and welcome back to the Ace Atterney Apollo Justice trilogy in Spirit of Justice. Ace Atterney Spirit of Justice. Last time, in a very choppy episode, I'm very sorry about that. So let me give you the rundown of what just happened in that episode while it was all choppy up. Athena and Apollo were invited as VIP guests to Trucy Wright's magic show. They were about to see a magic trick that was never done before, but something goes horribly wrong, and that the fellow magician that she was performing with, Mr. Riaz, was found dead at the show. At first, the crime was involuntary manslaughter, but then, while we were questioning King Trucy about what happened and then came back for investigation, it's been switched from involuntary manslaughter to murder. Because the new prosecutor we're going to be going up against, Prosecutor Sebmari, said that this is straight up murder after taking one look at the crime scene. Anyway, we then learned that there was an act of one-sidedness of a signing of forgery of an illegal document, which the two things are highly illegal, as far as I know. That Trucy, unbeknownst to her, signed a one-sided contract with Take-Two TV station that if anything should go wrong during the show, she and the whole team would have to pay $3 million as compensation. Now, would anyone sign a one-sided thing like that? I don't think so. So, oh yeah, and while this is happening, that TV crew is making a spin on her being the murderer and that she actually had malicious intentions to kill the Mr. Riaz, and apparently the public is on their side because they believe him. Yeah, television is scary these days with what most people will believe these days. Anyway, not to get myself in trouble with anything like that, we end the day with getting a phone call from Mr. Wright, who's worried about Trucy, but we explain the whole situation to him, and he tells Apollo that he believes that he'll be fine during tomorrow's trial. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. So, for this trial, Big Brother has come to save little sister. Even though they both still don't know that they're siblings. Anyway, let's get on with it. April 28th, 2028, 9:15 a.m. District Court. Defendant lobby number 3. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. Is Apollo okay? He's been muttering to himself all morning. He's been like that since yesterday. Guess the pressure of today's trial's getting to him. Poor Polly. He's really tearing himself up over all this. Get it together, Apollo! Yikes! Athena, when did you get here? Try to relax a little bit, will you? You're getting yourself way too worked up. Yeah, but I'm alright. I'm fine. You know, I did a little digging on this Nayuta Sabmari guy. He's apparently not your run-of-the-mill prosecutor. Oh yeah? And what did you find out? Well, they say he wields an incredible power to accurately read the trial's karma and its ultimate fate. What is that supposed to mean? I don't have all the details, but apparently he can foresee how the arguments will go, and even lead his opposition. So the defense basically ends up going in whatever direction he has in his head. Man, this isn't going to be a tech cakewalk, if that's true. Emma did say she talked to him for us, though. Here's hoping that went well. In any case, it sounds like he's going to keep us on our toes. That's what I know. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can leave Trucy and the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Mr. Wright is putting his faith in me. I can't let him down now. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. There he goes again. It's almost like he's chanting a prayer. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm Apollo Justice and I'm fine. If you say so, Apollo. The trial will start momentarily. Is the defense ready? Yes, we're fine. Trucy's fate and the fate of the agency rests on this trial. This is it, Justice. If ever there was a time to shine, it's now. Court is now in session for the trial of Trucy Wright. The defense is ready, Your Honor. And the prosecution? Prosecutor Sabmari? 1,000 pardons. It was rude of me to keep you waiting. I was praying for the victim. Oh, praying! Yes, I see. You're a Quirinus monk, correct, prosecutor? Yes, that is correct. I am but a lowly monk from the kingdom of Kurion. I beg in advance for the forgiveness and kind patience of everyone here in this court. I am unfamiliar with the proceedings of this country and may make many blunders. He seems like a gentle-mannered soul, doesn't he? I wonder if Emma had a chance to talk with him about Trucy. Now then, Prosecutor Sabmari, Your opening statement, if you would.
Certainly. In the name of the Holy Mother, I vow to guide the victim's soul to the land of eternal peace known as the Twilight Realm. Now, let the last rites of the victim begin.
Nayuta said Mari. He's really been making a name for himself, apparently, but that nickname, Last Rites Prosecutor, I wonder how that will come into play today.
The incident took place in the middle of a spectacular magic show. The accused performed a magic trick in which she thrust a sword into a coffin. A coffin from which the body of the victim then spilled out, dead from the fatal stabbing. The victim's name was Manov Misri, otherwise known as the Great Mr. Riaz. His blood was found on the sword that was used during the magic trick.
So his death was just an unfortunate accident.
It is only natural for one to assume as such, Your Honor. However, it was not a mere accident, but rather a homicide. The prosecution's prediction is thus that this was a murder made to look like an accident.
I see. So you believe this crime was committed by the defendant?
After a thorough consideration of all possible scenarios, I unfortunately had no other choice but to conclude as such.
So that's how it's going to be, huh?
I guess Emma couldn't convince him after all.
Very well. And now, let us hear from the defense. Naturally, we maintain that the defendant is innocent, Your Honor.
If the defense wouldn't mind, could you please explain your reasoning?
My reasoning? Well, I would have to say that my main reason is because I believe in my defendant. I believe in the defendant.
I see. So you find it difficult to come up with anything more concrete than that, do you? What a fine demonstration of the fact that you are indeed a lawyer of putrid mind.
Putrid mind? Prosecutor said Mari. Excuse me, but I don't... If you don't mind my asking, Prosecutor, what was that you were just chanting?
A santra of the Holy Mother that guides those of tainted soul towards enlightenment. It is a Karayanese incantation to awaken the foolish from their fruitless slumber. Fitting for a liar who indulges in such fancy as the innocence of the accused.
I see. So basically, you're asking the defense to get real?
Allow me these few words, defense. It is my duty as a monk to punish sinners and to guide victims' souls to the Twilight Realm. Should you show repentance and admit the accused's guilt now, no harm will come to you. But should you interfere with my sacred last rites for the victim, then I shall cast you down into the pit of hell along with Trucy Wright.
Now wait just 1 minute here. Putrid? Pit of hell? Is that any way to address someone in a court of law?
Prosecutor Atterney, that may be the way you conduct trials in Curian, but I would appreciate it if you would refrain from such charred language here.
Your Honor, that was but a Curianist sermon, and for those who have strayed from the path. Harsh words are often necessary to admonish his contemptible deviants who cannot see reason.
Oh, I see. I didn't realize.
I guess they really do hate defense attorneys in Curian, huh?
Even still, that was way, way over the top as far as verbal abuse goes. And the trial's only just begun.
Well, defense, I suppose the way a prosecutor does things varies by country. Why don't we look at this as cross-cultural exchange and try to be open-minded about it?
What?
Bailiff, please bring in your first witness.
Uh-oh. I thought she said goodbye to the Sneckoos.
Detective Sky, the courtroom is no place for gorging yourself.
What's wrong with having a little snack? Girls gotta eat, right? She, seems a little stressed out.
Detective Sky, your testimony, please.
Yeah, about that. I just want to state for the record that I believe Trucy Wright is innocent.
I'm sorry?
Detective Sky, this path you seek to follow is misguided. Giving a wrongdoer false hope will only deepen your despair in the end.
But I...
Let it go and move on. Acts which you go against your duty will earn you divine punishment from the Holy Mother.
Fine. I don't know about the divine part, but I get the punishment bit loud and clear. I guess Emma got assigned to tons of paperwork or something for sticking up for Trucy. She and Prosecutor Atterney don't seem to get along very well, do they?
Shall we continue? The prosecution contends that the accused had a clear motive. The evidence, if you would, Miss Sky.
All right. Please take a look at this poster. It's a Troup Gramery poster from 13 years ago. Is it just me, or is it a little different from the one in Ms. Wright's dressing room? This is a revised version of that poster. This one says canceled under Mr. Riaz. That's right. Mr. Riaz left the troupe after the first version of the poster was printed. Take a look at Mr. Riaz's right forearm near his elbow. See that big scar there? He apparently got that when he made a big mistake while practicing a magic trick.
Ouch, that's quite a scar.
Because of the accident, Magnifi Gramery concluded Mr. Rias was too unskilled. Just before the show was open, Magnifi announced Mr. Rias wouldn't be appearing. But in difference of Mr. Magnifi's decision, Mr. Rias tried to go on stage anyway. This, in turn, caused Magnifi to oust Mr. Rias from the troupe on the spot.
He kicked Mr. Rias out? That seems rather extreme. Did he really have to go that far?
When it comes to magic, Troup Gramery was so passionate. Or should I say, extreme about it, that it caused problems for them from time to time.
Yes, they even caused this corps a mountain of trouble with their extreme antics.
And now the troup's successor has committed a murder. It seems the troup's rare talent was inherited by the right person after all. A putrid talent for criminality.
You sound rather extreme yourself, prosecutor.
Criminals with impure souls do not deserve sympathy, Your Honor.
Ahem. As I was saying, after this expulsion, Mr. Rias apparently went on to hold a grudge against the troupe.
He would tell those close to him, "I will get my revenge on Troup Gramery someday."
Revenge, That certainly sounds antagonistic.
And then his chance for revenge finally came. If you would be so kind, Detective Sky.
I guess I don't have a choice, do I?
The defendant's motive.
The victim planned to get his revenge on Troup Gramery during Trucy's magic show. Mr. Rias was going to first steal the Gramery notebook from the defendant. He then intended to reveal its secrets behind their magic tricks during the show. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did in fact steal the notebook, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets.
By the time the accused had discovered the notebook's theft, it was too late. Her only option was to kill Mr. Rias and make it look like an accident.
Objection!
That's nothing but conjecture!
Objection!
The victim's assistant, Bonnie DeFemme, gave the police a statement. She testified that just before the start of the show, Mr. Rias said, "I'm going to reveal all of Troup Gramery's secrets on stage today."
What? Well, that isn't exactly a great starting point for a rebuttal, is it? You're telling me.
Allow me to give you one piece of advice, defense.
Oh? And what's that?
Let it go and move on.
Excuse me?
Helping a sinner will only sully your own soul. One possessed of an unclean soul will burn in the flames of hell, and then never be ever burdened with that sin in their next life.
But I don't believe in that sort of thing. Besides, I have no intention of giving up.
O Holy Mother, grant me the strength to deal with this putrid lawyer. All actions have consequences, and yours will surely earn you the honor of being a mere stink bug at best in your next life.
A stink bug?
Now then, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please.
Okay.
The victim planned his revenge on Troup Gramery during the magic show.
Hold it!
Revenge after all this time? It's been 13 years already. Why now? I know, right? I thought that was pretty sketchy myself. I mean, wouldn't it have been done it a lot?
Detective Sky, your self-indulgent outbursts such as those will earn you divine punishment in the form of a salary evaluation.
Eep. Wait, that's what divine punishment means?
Let the detective have her snack. This humble servant of the Holy Mother shall explain. Over a decade ago, Troup Gramery was at the height of their popularity. But then their reputation declined, and they had all but faded from public memory. Until recently, that is, when Trucy Wright sought to recapture their former glory.
The defendant? And at such a young age, too! How impressive!
Yes, the accused's skill at magic is undeniably impressive. If she hadn't fallen into the path of sin, she would have had a bright future ahead of her.
It's always sad to see such a promising young potential go to waste. Now then, Detective Sky, how did Mr. Riaz plan to get his revenge? And please put down the snack ooze before you continue your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Riaz was going to first steal the Gramery notebook from the defendant.
Hold it!
What evidence do you have that Mr. Riaz actually stole the notebook? Well, you see, whenever you're ready, Detective.
Fret not, Detective Sky. You have nothing to repent for. You should be proud of the fine forensic discovery that you made.
Forensic discovery? And what did she discover specifically?
Detective Sky identified a certain set of fingerprints on the notebook. Upon further inspection, she determined that they belonged to Mr. Riaz.
What?
The detective found the fingerprints entirely of her own volition. For that, I must say well done, Detective Sky.
Get a little too addicted using your precious white powder, did you, Emma?
Now, Detective Sky, I would ask you to explain exactly how Mr. Riaz intended to use the notebook to exact his revenge.
All right. Well, first, he stole the notebook. He then intended to reveal the secrets behind their magic tricks during the show.
Hold it!
I'm going to reveal all of Troup Gramery's secrets on stage today. That's what Mr. Riaz himself said, right? Right, but he didn't exactly specify which Gramery secrets he was talking about. But the prosecution thinks he was referring to the secrets behind Troup Gramery's magic.
Yes, that is the prosecution's assertion. When the accused realized that Mr. Riaz was to reveal her family's most closely guarded secrets, she naturally panicked.
So basically, Trucy's notebook was hiding Mr. Riaz's things because he had stolen it himself?
I see. Truly a motive that only a magician could have.
Yes, that's what the prosecution believes anyway. That was the victim's plan for revenge, and while he did in fact steal the notebook...
Hold it!
Did you really believe what you were saying, Detective Sky? Do you really think Ms. Wright killed Mr. Riaz just to stop him from giving his revenge? Of course I didn't think that. The Trucy Wright...
Keep your private considerations separate from your public duty. I warned you about this very thing before the trial begun. Did I not, Detective Sky?
Yes, you did.
Please, recite my exact words to you.
Emma Sky, you are a detective first and foremost, not the accused's friend. Remember your duty and fulfill it faithfully.
Excellent. So you do remember what I said to you. Your devotion to your work will be rewarded, for the Holy Mother sees all.
This Holy Mother is no scientific concept I've ever heard of. Those two really don't get along, do they? Well, science and religion go together about as well as oil and water. As I was saying, the defendant murdered him before he had a chance to reveal the secrets.
Hold it!
I'm sorry, but what exactly is the basis for claiming it as murder? Beats me. What? The basis is beats me? You'll have to ask Prosecutor Savmari over there because he hasn't told me his reasoning either.
Detective Sky, your feeding of information to the defense has not gone unnoticed by my eyes.
Oh,
The bad karma of acts which go against your duty to impinge upon you and your next life. But even before that, it may impinge on your job in the form of a transfer.
please don't get me kicked out of the forensics units. Anything but that. Poor Emma, she's really been risking everything for us. Well, Prosecutor Sabmari, what are your grounds for claiming homicide?
It was the luminous tape in the underground passage. I realized that it had been moved. Moved so that Mr. Rias would climb up into the downstage coffin by mistake.
What?
Mr. Rias, who was waiting in the understage passage, was supposed to have used the upstage ladder shown here on the left. He was to climb up into the coffin that had been set up in the backstage area. After being turned into a stuffed dragon during Act 1. Mr. Rias was supposed to come back to life and emerge from that coffin. But the luminous tape had been moved to the mark on the downstage ladder. So the victim climbed up into the coffin on the stage itself by mistake. The very same coffin the accused thrust her sword into.
And you have proof that it was my client that moved the tape?
But of course, Detective Sky.
Oh, that's right. I identified the defendant's fingerprints on the luminous tape. You what? He actually had proof?
Well, defense, are you finally ready to let it all go and move on?
Absolutely not.
Detective, please add the information about the prints on the tape to your testimony.
The defendant's prints were on the tape. I guess she must have moved it during the show.
Let's see.
Objection!
I'm sorry, Detective, but there's a flaw in your testimony. Oh, really? The prosecution is claiming that Ms. Wright moved the understage tape during the show in order to guide the victim into the coffin downstage. But it doesn't make sense that she would leave prints on the tape at that time.
It doesn't?
Please consider the fingerprint analysis of the main coffin, which shows that not one of my client's fingerprints was found on or in it. That's true. We didn't find any of her prints on the coffin. I think you realize what the flaw in your testimony is. Claiming Ms. Wright left her fingerprints on the tape during the show is inconsistent with the facts. Because she's wearing gloves during the show. Oh! She must have left she must have left the prints sometime before the show started. In other words, her prints do not prove that she moved the tape and misled the victim. The prosecution investigation was insufficient. Oh my! But on a personal level, I'm very happy about that.
Well, Prosecutor Sabmari, if the defense's arguments are true, then you have no evidence the defendant moved the tape to deceive the victim.
I see. Apparently the defense is more intelligent than I had thought. More than a stink bug at any rate.
Come on, you can bump me up to at least a stag beetle now, can't you? Would you really be any better? Would that really be any better? Of course, way better. Stag beetles are cool, and those huge, whose mandible of theirs?
If the defense wishes to be promoted to a stag beetle, then answer me this question.
All right, shoot.
Even with no evidence that the accused moved the tape to misguide the victim still climbed the ladder, using the tape as a guide, and entered the coffin on stage. The accused then thrust her sword into said coffin with the victim in it.
So what you're saying is, the fact remains that the victim was stabbed to death, right?
Precisely. However, this does drastically change one aspect of the case. If the accused did not lead the victim to the coffin on purpose, then it means that the victim's death could have been accidental. If it was indeed an accident, the defense can argue that it was an involuntary manslaughter.
I see. If it was involuntary manslaughter, they could plead extenuating circumstances, and the severity of the crime could be mitigated.
Defense. Did you believe the accused did not murder the victim? Then do you agree that it was an accident?
This is it. The all-important question. The defense argues that the Mr. Rios' death was the defense maintains that the defendant is entirely innocent. We believe that it wasn't an accident, but murder. And what's more, we believe it was committed by a third party. A third party? As in the true culprit is someone else?
That's quite a brazen claim to make, and one wholly without grounds. Your voice is loud as your suit, and your mind echoes just as loudly within emptiness. Surely, you were but a loud red pepper in your previous life.
I've been demoted to a vegetable?
Wow, I didn't know a person could be reincarnated as a non-sentient plant.
In any case, I do have grounds to make this claim.
Let us hear this reasoning of yours then.
Alright, but before I give it, there is one question that we need to address. If the victim was killed by the third party, then the sword hurt the defendant thrust into the coffin wasn't the cause of death. If that's the case, then how did we wind up with a dead body inside the coffin?
A very good question. Now, let's hear your opinion, Mr. Justice. How did the victim's body wind up inside the coffin?
He was killed understage. What if the victim was killed under the stage before being put into the coffin? In other words, if the victim was already dead in the coffin from the get-go.
Oh, I see. In that case, the defendant's sword wouldn't have been the cause of death. How would you respond, Prosecutor Sabmari?
That is the third time.
The third time of what?
Ha! What the heck is this?
さとら今おまどもさましでたし抜けたれ合戦をするか
Ah! Ow! 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 My head! What do you think you're doing?
Even the merciful Holy Mother loses patience if she is struck 3 times. Since you never learn, you needed to be punished.
Why don't you let me worry about what I need and don't need?
It is what you deserve for interfering with my sacred last rites for the victim. You are a brainless lawyer chasing phantoms. You know nothing. Let this humble servant of the Holy Mother give you an edifying sermon.
A sermon? Now?
There is a passage to the sacred scriptures of the Koreanism. A cornered frog will swallow even a snake.
Huh?
A cornered lawyer has unexpectedly struck back hard against the prosecution. Did I get it right?
No, for I am not done with my sermon. And yet the frog still dies, its belly bitten and torn from within.
Just great.
And in this case, you are that frog, defense.
What exactly is your point, anyway?
Let us assume for a moment that the victim was killed under the stage. Who then had the opportunity to do so during the show?
Let's see, the people in the show were...
Bonnie DeFemme, the victim, Mr. Riaz, and Trucy Wright. Bonnie DeFemme was on stage throughout the entire show, as easily confirmed by the footage from the show, which leaves us only one suspect, Trucy Wright.
Ah,
Now do you see? The accused killed Mr. Riaz as he waited on standby in the understage passage, and then placed his dead body in the coffin above, thus making the murderer look like an accident.
no!
O great and merciful Holy Mother, thus another putrid mind has been guided toward enlightenment.
Ugh, I can't believe I swallowed his trick question whole.
Objection!
Sorry, but I have to raise an objection here. Athena, what are you... There's something I want to point out, Apollo.
And who might you be? You strike me as a mere child of continuance.
I may be young, but I have an attorney's badge just the same.
And you would contribute to this discussion in that capacity?
I most certainly would. You just argue that the defendant killed the victim under the stage. But let me remind you that Ms. Wright is a girl.
Clearly. Surely you didn't raise an objection simply to point out such an obvious fact. Your Honor, please send this little child's graduation to come take her home. Guardian to take her home.
Hold it!
But I'm not done with my sermon. You don't need to talk like Prosecutor Submari, you know. Listen, if the victim was killed in the understage passage, then his body would have been hauled up to the stage, right? However, Ms. Wright is a young girl, and a pretty petite one at that. She couldn't possibly have hefted that large body up and put it in the coffin.
That's true. It does seem like it would be a rather difficult task for the defendant. I don't think even I could do that.
What do you think of that, prosecutor? Who's the child now?
In my religion, the priestesses of Kurayan village, Kurayanism, are revered as the pillars of our belief. So I naturally hold nothing but deep respect for women. I also think highly of the female perspective.
Says the man who called this fair maiden a little child. Who's a fair maiden?
I agree that your point is worth discussing, defense. How indeed was the dead body raised up into the coffin? By the accused, Trucy Wright, that is.
You're committed to pointing that finger at her no matter what, huh? Then you explain how that even be possible.
But of course. There was a way for even a small creature like her to raise the victim's body up.
Huh? Wait. You really can't explain?
I foresaw that our arguments would come to this, so I have prepared a witness.
Well, well, I admire your readiness, prosecutor.
It is really not that difficult when one can read the ultimate outcome of any trial.
He couldn't have really predicted that things would turn out like this, could he? It's pretty hard to believe. Excuse me, but may I step down now?
Yes, I suppose you may.
One moment, Detective Sky.
I'm sorry for, the way I handled all of this.
You did a fine job, Detective. Your testimony is invaluable.
It was?
Yes, you served well as a detective, and did not allow your personal feelings to interfere. You overcame your conflicted emotions you felt and performed your duty admirably. You will be rewarded for your fine work.
Oh. Thank you.
I hope we can work together again in the future.
Emma seems bewildered by the unexpected praise. I guess he's a pretty nice person, like they say, as long as you're not up against him.
Now then, let us call the next witness.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the court. It's very nice to meet you all. I'm a leg-morphing illusionist from the land of fairy tales, Bonnie DeFemi. I can't wait to do some magic tricks for all of you.
Please, witness. There is a time and a place for all things, including magic.
Oh, but it would be okay if I do just a little magic, right? Come on, please. Look, everybody is waiting. Now's my chance to shine.
That is your second time.
My second time doing what?
There will be no further warnings. You should know that from your preparatory meetings. From our preparatory meetings, correct?
Eep.
Is no one exempt from His Holiness' rosaries of suffering?
May we have your testimony, witness? Once you've recovered from your disappointment.
Well, as a huge fan of Trucy's, I don't really want to testify against her. But I guess I have to, don't I?
As a huge fan of Trucy's, huh?
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand that Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that? So this is exactly what the sniveling brat deserves.
Sure, you're a real fan, all right. Of destroying Trucy, you mean? The understage passage.
I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Riaz. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used the stage lift. Is it possible? Could Trucy really have? If Trucy had used the stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift too. I was on stage the entire show, by the way.
You were on stage the whole time, and you're sure about that?
There is no question. The entire audience could testify to that fact. What's more, she is shown clearly in the TV footage as well.
I couldn't possibly have killed Mr. Riaz, not little old me.
Therefore, the only person who could have killed the victim under stage is the accused. Furthermore, by using the stage lift, even a petite young lady could have raised the dead body up to the stage without difficulty.
You've got to be kidding me.
Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witness.
Yeah, there's only 2 testimonies that bother me in her testimony. Let's see those 2 statements.
I really can't believe that Trucy killed Mr. Riaz. I guess it's possible for a small girl to lift a dead body up if she used the stage lift. Is it possible Trucy really have... If Trucy did use the stage lift, I think she must have used stage lift too.
Hold it!
Stage lift 2? You mean the stage lift shown here on the left?
That's right. With the stage lift, I think even a small girl could easily lift a dead body up to the stage.
So that makes her the murderer, in your opinion?
Of course not. I believe in Trucy. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of hers.
Oh, brother, how long is she gonna keep this act up?
Defense. What position is stage lift 2 in after the show?
Let's see. If I recall it, it was fully raised. It was in the fully raised position.
Ah!
And the reason why it was fully raised is because the accused used it to lift the victim's body. Wouldn't you agree? Feel free to slowly mull it over while you roast over the flames of hell, you evil red pepper.
So now I'm also evil.
I was on stage the entire show, by the way.
Hold it!
You didn't have a single spare moment to slip down to the understage passage?
Huh? Don't tell me you suspect me now.
I'm just trying to do my job by fully examining your alibi. Depending on how solid it is, I might have to suspect you, yes.
You gotta be kidding me.
Don't spit on my head and tell me it's raining, lawyer boy. I'm right there in the footage, or are you too much of an idiot to see? Huh?
Mr. Femi, are you feeling all right? You seem suddenly different.
Oh, oops. Where did that come from, right? Oh my. I seem to have snapped there for a second, didn't I?
You didn't just snap. You broke character just now.
In any case, I was on stage the whole time performing magic. I mean, you saw me in the footage, right? My dazzling and flawless performance.
Flawless? That's odd, considering what you told me. You said that you made a mistake with where you positioned Mr. Hat.
Mr. Femi, to what is the defense referring?
Well, I made a little mistake on stage. I was in charge of operating Mr. Hat, you see. According to the script, I was supposed to place him on the left of the coffin. But I flipped up and made him stand on the right of the coffin.
And because of that mistake, Trucy had to move stage left around.
I feel really bad about messing Trucy up like that with my goof.
Darn it, I don't see any inconsistencies in her testimony.
Now, do you know who the real killer is?
Come on, Gramps, don't just sit there. Hand down your ruling pronto.
Do it quick, before you keel over up there.
I beg your pardon?
Oops. Oh, what's gotten into me? I'm so sorry.
I give her another 5 minutes before she tears off her mask.
Well, defense, are you ready to let it all go now?
Of course not! I'll never give up!
I see. I suppose this too is fate. The sacred scriptures of Koreanism describe a variety of hells for the damned. For someone like you, who struggles carelessly against his fate, Fapol Boljing seems most appropriate.
What? Oh, wait, that's Koreanese.
What sort of terrible place is Purple Beijing?
A place where the more one struggles, the further one falls into the abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, a ferocious beast awaits. Think of it as something akin to the antlion sandpit trap.
Oh, there's one of those in my backyard.
Wow, Kirinus Hell is closer to home than I thought.
Now then, it would appear that the witness's testimony supports the prosecution's claim that the defendant is the only one who could have killed the victim understage.
How are we supposed to get out of this jam?
Hey, Apollo, if you can't find any contradictions, maybe it's time to use analytical psychology?
You mean?
I heard some discord in Bonnie's voice while she was testifying. See? Witched is picking up on the noise in her heart, too.
That's right. Athena can hear things others cannot with her super sensitive hearing. She can hear the emotions that people suppress as a kind of noise or discord in their voices. It's her superpower. All right, Athena, let's give it a try.
You got it.
Hold it!
Your Honor, I'm afraid that our witness, Miss Defemi, is suffering under terrible traumatic stress due to the horrible incident.
She is?
Yes, what with the terrible death on stage and her beloved Trucy getting arrested, she's under awful strain and shock. In fact, I don't know how much more she can take before she is unfit to testify. What?
Oh, I've heard of that. What's it called? Postal stress disorder, right? It's where the person becomes uncontrollably angry, I think. I read about it somewhere.
That's going postal, Your Honor. This is PTSD.
Oh my. So that's why the witness acts so hostile at times, as if she were a different person.
Yes, and I think her condition is clouding her memory of the incident. Therefore, I suggest a short therapy session of the witness.
Hold it.
Hold it. Huh? Therapy? You don't know the first thing about a magician's mental strength. I've risked my life jumping through rings of fire and having my body sawn in half. Oopsie. But I have to watch my temper, don't I?
Miss Sykes, please do whatever you can to help this unfortunate young lady.
And what exactly is this child planning to do, Mr. Justice?
With her super sensitive hearing, Miss Sykes can hear the witness's true emotions. Simply from tone and inflection, she can tell exactly what a person is feeling. I can even pick out feelings of that a witness is trying to suppress or hide. Widget projects an emotion, the emotions I hear, into a mood matrix where I can analyze them.
It sounds like some sort of serious devilry. Spirituous devilry. Though, I find it hard to believe. I must ask, how do emotions constitute evidence?
While I don't say emotions can be taken as evidence per se, I have seen how instrumental Miss Sykes' work has been in cracking the case. Therefore, I wholly support giving it a try.
I see. If you are in favor of it, Your Honor, then I have no objections. Even this mere monk can see that something disturbs the witness.
I'll disturb you. Oh, thank you for understanding, Prosecutor Sapmari. Apollo, do you remember how to conduct therapy session, right? You want me to lead the session? Of course. You're the lead on this case, after all.
Fair enough, but do I need a refresher? Nah, I think we're good. I think I still remember from the last time, so let's get right into it.
Okie dokie. You ready, Ridget? Let's do this. I guess Trucy is the one who killed Mr. Riaz. Even she could lift the body with that lift. I was on stage at the time. But that terrible mistake. My stupid flub caused Trucy to so much trouble. I feel so bad about it.
I have to say, Miss Defemi, you certainly are a strange one. Even though you say, I feel so bad about it, it seems you were feeling happy about it. Ouch! I think I can guess why you were feeling happy. It's because you messed Trucy up. I think you were happy because you messed the defendant up. Am I right? I'm right, aren't I?
You gotta be kidding me. Why would I be happy I messed Trucy up? I'm a big fan of hers.
Because we saw you.
I hate her. I loathe her. I can't stand Trucy Wright. Just because she's a little good at magic, she thinks she's all that. So this is exactly what that sniveling brat deserves.
We saw how you said you hated Trucy Wright. How were you glad she was in trouble, and even how it was what she deserved?
Ouch!
It looks like I hit the bunny on the head, so to speak.
Apollo, the noise level dropped. Now if we could just get it down to 0.
Well, Mr. Femi, are you ready to confess how you really feel?
What? What do you mean? I'm Bonnie, the sweet, cute little bunny. I'm a rookie magician working hard just to be like my idol, Trucy. That's the character I'm supposed to be.
Objection!
Keep that up, Mr. Femi, and you're going to have a mental breakdown. Just like yourself, just let yourself be who you really are. Who I really am? The two sides of you are fighting each other and doing you psychiatric harm. I can hear them, two distinct voices battling inside you. Shut your pie hole! Oh, I know you know nothing, you know-it-all. I mean, you mustn't say things like that, or I might get flustered. Mr. Femi, how long do you insist on maintaining this wolf in sheep clothing act? We can't end this therapy session until you get real with us. Set the wild beasts inside you free.
Ouch! Don't make me laugh. You don't know a dang thing about me. You want to know who I really am? Fine, take a good look.
What in the world?
Sheep's clothing? You've got it all wrong. A rabbit's. It's a rabbit's suit I've got on. And I'm not a wolf. I'm a blood-sucking vampire. A bat with fangs and wings. I think I just opened Pandora's box. I'm finally done with that goody two-shoes cottontail act. I feel free as a bat.
Defense, your therapy session has taken a turn for the worse. From the looks of things,
There's a perfectly good explanation for this. Isn't there, Miss Sykes? Methinks I created a monster.
We blew it. Hey, you, lobster boy.
Who, me?
You think I'm glad Trucy is in trouble? That I think she's getting what her just deserves? Well, guess what? You're right.
Does this mean you admit to wishing the defendant harm?
Well, the bat's out of the bag now. Okay, that mistake of mine was a work of art. Thanks to my goof, poor little Trucy had to do all of that hard physical labor.
When you say hard physical labor, what are you referring to?
Because of Mr. Hat's new position, Trucy had to move those huge stage lips. They must have been so heavy. What a riot!
That's strange. Athena, could you please add that last statement to Bonnie's testimony?
All right. I'll update the mood matrix with the new info. Hey, Apollo. Now there's a new inconsistency in the testimony.
Yeah, she's finally slipped up. So what do I need to do now?
Well, from this point onward, you just do what you do best. Find the contradiction in the testimony and present evidence to refute it.
All right, I've got you now, Bonnie DeFemi.
I guess Trucy was the one who killed Mr. Riaz. Even she could move the body with that lift. I was on stage the entire time, but that terrible mistake. You know what? Serves her right, Kiki. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
Objection!
That doesn't make sense.
What? So you think I'm crazy now?
No, that's not the point I was trying to make.
But I don't hear you denying it.
Miss DeFemi, allow me to repeat your statement. Thanks to that, she ended up having to move the stage lifts.
That's right. And I still...
But how did you know? How did you know Miss Wright moved the stage lifts?
Huh?
According to her own statement, she didn't tell anyone that she had what she had done.
What?
So, how could you possibly have known that what she had done, unless you saw her? You saw Ms. Wright moving the lifts in the understage passage, didn't you?
Bye-bye. You did it, Apollo. The noise are at 0%.
But, Mr. Justice, wouldn't that mean...
Yes, Your Honor. Miss DeFemi herself was under the stage when the victim was killed. And I hardly need to tell the court what that means. You are one artful liar, Miss DeFemi, and a spectacular suspect.
Yeah! Why, you shiny red lobster boy? You're saying I killed Mr. Riaz?
I'm saying that it's a possibility. What's more, you say you have a solid motive to frame my client for the murder as well.
Objection!
My apologies for raining on the defense's merry revelry. But you seem to have forgotten one very important fact. Oh, really? The TV footage? As you can clearly see, Miss DeFemi was on stage the whole time. The entire audience can bear witness to that fact, including you. Oh, yeah.
You have just taken a long and senseless journey, only to return to the starting line. The witness could not have been in the understage passage, which means the only one who could have killed the victim was the accused.
Ah! Guess the party's over.
I beg to differ. But Miss Femme knew something she couldn't have known unless she was under the stage. How do you explain that, Prosecutor Sabmari?
It's quite simple. The accused must have told Mr. Femme about it, but then forgot.
Ha! Open those useless eyes of yours and take a look at the footage.
If Mr. Femme really was in the understage passage, it would have mean that she was on stage and understage at the same time. You mean she was in two places at once? That does seem to be the only explanation that makes any sense. It may be an explanation, but I'm not so sure about the make sense part. Then we'll just have to make it make sense. Your Honor, the witness was both on stage and understage at the same time. This is the defense's assertion.
I've heard of illogical things come out of you before, but this is absurd.
I'm sure you'll change your tune once you hear my reasoning, Your Honor.
My gut tells me you're bluffing, but I'll bite. Very well, Mr. Justice. How do you explain how the witness was in two places at once?
Simple. There were two Bonnies. There were two Bonnies, Your Honor. If that were the case, it would all make sense, wouldn't it?
There were...
Two of them?
I suspect you have a few screws loose, but now I see some are missing altogether. Is there a toolkit in this courtroom, Your Honor? I suppose 3 screws to the head should righten this putrid brain.
Very well. Bailiff, could you...
No, wait! Please, listen to my argument!
Very well. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to at least give it a listen.
As was argued earlier, Mr. Femme was shown in the footage the whole time. But at the same time, she was also watching Miss Wright in the understage passage. The only possible explanation into this is that there were two Bonnies.
That almost sounds like it makes sense. What do you think, Prosecutor Sabmari?
This humble servant of the Holy Mother is of an opinion that we should lose no time in replacing the defense attorney's last screws.
But Apollo, it goes against reality itself to say that one person is actually two.
But we don't have to be bound by reality. After all, we're talking about magic here. So, if the Bonnie DeFemi in the footage is the real Bonnie, then the Bonnie here on the witness stand, and the one who must have been understage, this Bonnie DeFemi is our second Bonnie.
Yeah. Is she?
Say we call the one in front of us Bonnie 2. I believe I have just the piece of evidence to prove that a Miss Bonnie 2 exists.
Oh, then please present your evidence, Mr. Justice. What proves the existence of Bonnie 2?
Well, what else?
What's this?
During our investigation, we found a set of unknown fingerprints on the coffin on the stage. These prints were most likely left during the course of the show. But they didn't match the prints of any of the people involved in this case.
An unknown third party's fingerprints? I was not told of this.
Emma must have kept it from him. So the question is, who could these prints possibly belong to? Miss DeFemi, or should I say Bonnie 2? These are your fingerprints, aren't they?
Yeah.
Enough with this foolishness. One person could not possibly be two. These fingerprints could have been left not only during the show, but at any time.
Objection!
It's not like you to lose your cool like that, Prosecutor Sabmari. But I'm sure you know that exactly when the fingerprints were made is not the main issue.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Justice?
The issue is, who does these unknown fingerprints belong to? They certainly are not Bonnie DeFemi's. But what if they belong to the person standing right in front of us?
Oh, you mean Bonnie number 2 is the second Bonnie? Is that what you're implying?
It's preposterous to suggest that those prints belong to the witness. I say they must belong to some other unknown individual.
Prosecutor Sabmari, can you really look at her and still say that?
What are you looking at? Take a picture. It'll last longer.
How could this be?
If we check her prints, I'm sure they'll match an unknown set. Well, Bonnie, the prints that don't belong to the real you belong to you, don't they? Bonnie number 2!
Yay!
Witness, what is the defense? Is what the defense say is true?
Fine, I admit it. The fingerprints are mine.
Then does that mean you aren't Bonnie DeFemi?
What? Ridiculous!
Are there actually 2 Bonnies?
Nope, there's only one Bonnie, and that's because I'm Betty. Betty DeFemi.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen of the court, it's time for a wondrous magic show. Gaze in amazement as the legomographing illusionist performs her teleportation magic. Watch closely, it's showtime.
What an amazing trick! The witness has suddenly split into 2 people!
It's not a trick. It's no gimmick to it either. We're simply twins. What? Twins?
So that's how the teleportation trick works.
Ever since our debut, I'd had to hide or pretend I'm Bonnie. All cute and sweet and goody-goody. I can't tell you how stressful it is, but I don't have to hide anymore. That's right. Our days of sneaking around are finally over.
Their cover is blown. But they actually seem pretty happy about it.
So, which one of you is the nice Bonnie DeFemi we met in the dressing room? That would be me.
And the sharp-tongued Bonnie we saw with the ratings Raja under the stage was...
Hey, who you calling sharp-tongued?
It's all starting to make sense now.
So, Mr. Justice, this changes the fact that the case rather dramatically, doesn't it?
It certainly does. During the show, it was Bonnie who was on stage the whole time, so Bonnie couldn't have committed the crime. But Betty, on the other hand, who was understage, did have the opportunity.
Nah.
Well, so we now have 2 suspects.
Hold it. Just wait a minute there, lobster boy. I didn't do it. That's right. Betty might have been a foul mouth, but she's never killed anybody. Hey, who's got a foul mouth here? Oh, well, speak up, huh?
Hold it!
Please save your sibling squabbling for later. Betty, you must have been in the understage passage during the show. Otherwise, you wouldn't have known about the stage lifts being used. So what exactly were you doing down there?
Fine, I'll testify. Anything to get you off my back.
Prosecutor Sabmari, Betty DeFemi is ready to testify. What do you say?
Betty, you lied to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Hey, what else could I do? I couldn't blow our cover and ruin our magic act. Besides, I'm gonna go to your twilight hell or whatever for being a liar.
You will indeed. However, it won't be after your death, rather. I shall give you a taste of your punishment on this moral coral in international hell. Interrogational hell.
Yay!
Now then, Betty DeFemi, please explain to the court, what exactly were you doing under the stage?
What happened understage?
It's true. I had business in the understage passage because of the upcoming trick. If it was for the fire trick, right? One of Mr. Rios was supposed to do. That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it. If it was in the script, and I really wanted to see it, but I couldn't because of the accident. Shut up! You're gonna give it away! Anyway, I was real busy. Yeah, way too busy to have a chance to kill Mr. Rios.
Well, that was certainly different.
How's that for a flawless testimony and alibi? Our magic is real. It's not a trick or a gimmick.
Oh my, she's floating!
Your Honor, you can see she's being held up from below.
You were supposed to pretend you didn't see that. It's a little something called etiquette.
But I can't help it. Whenever I see a contradiction or inconsistency, I just have to point it out.
Now then, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
I know the inconsistency already.
It's true, I had business in the underground passage because of the upcoming trick. It was the fire trick, right? The one Mr. Rios was supposed to do? That's right. It's a very dangerous trick, so I had to make sure we were prepared for it.
Objection!
I hate to break it to you, Betty, but there's a big flaw in your testimony. As big as the one in that floating trick you did earlier.
Oh, harsh words. Well, let me tell you something, forehead boy. No one has ever figured out how we do our teleportation trick.
No one except me, you mean?
Well, we have even better tricks up our sleeves. Huh? We do? I told you to keep it zipped.
Now, don't fight, you two. Mr. Justice, what is this flaw in the testimony?
The script has this to say about the fire trick. This will be dangerous. Make sure the fire bucket is ready. However, we found the fire bucket lying empty backstage except for a layer of dust.
Ouch.
You didn't even attempt to get ready for the next trick, did you, Betty?
You got me.
Betty DeFemi, you will explain yourself.
There's nothing to explain. Oh, come on, Betty. We can't hide it any longer. We might as well tell them. Shut up! You can barely take care of yourself! Don't try and tell me what to do.
Well, if neither of you will explain, I guess I'll have to. The reason Betty didn't prepare for the fire trick is because... let's see, which one of these was it? You knew it wouldn't go on. You didn't prepare for the fire trick because you knew it didn't you? You knew that the body would be found and that the show would have been canceled.
Don't be ridiculous, you insignificant speck of a man. I'm gonna yank those lame bangs off of yours. Hers. Is that what you want, huh?
Objection!
Whatever, Herb. They can grow back. Now, stop stalling and tell us the truth already.
Nah, I can't reveal my secrets. I'm a magician.
Objection!
You have been chasing the shadow of an illusory culprit defense, and having chance upon a convenient target, you have yet to get carried away.
Exactly. Where's your proof, huh?
And yet, I concede that the witness's taste for false words has also been proven. I advise you to confine your deceitful trickery to your magic act, witness.
Deceitful trickery?
Objection!
As your court-appointed therapist, I'd like to add something here, Betty. You finally let yourself be who you really are. But if you continue to hide behind lies, you'll just be imprisoning your heart all over again.
But all these questions means you're trying to put me in prison for real. So I'll be behind bars either way.
Does that mean you're admitting your guilt?
Of course not. I can't believe you people. Every one of you thinks I did something I didn't do. You lobster boy, cue bald geezer, head case bat, Cerberus monk.
Cue ball geezer?
Head case brat? Really? Betty, calm down. Come on now, deep breaths. Deep breaths. Look, I'm not the murderer, I tell you.
Then how do you know who the show would be called off before the fire trick?
I told you, we can't reveal our secrets. We're under contract.
Contract? What is she talking about? Be that as it may, you're obviously a suspect in this case.
Objection!
I'm beginning to see. The karmic threads that make up the intricate tapestry that is this case.
Huh?
Allow me to summarize your assertions, defense. First, that the victim was killed in the understage passage. And second, that the witness and the accused are the only two who could have done it.
Exactly. But what's more, Betty knew that the body would be found, and that the magic show would then be called off. Therefore, it's reasonable to conclude that Betty killed the victim under stage.
But then, if Betty knew that the show would be called off for some other reason...
Like what?
In the course of my investigation, I found it strange that the dragon set piece fell when it did. That, in conjunction with the body tumbling from the coffin in such a dramatic fashion, all seemed too perfect for mere happenstance. It was as though the entire chain of events had been planned out in advance.
Okay. Ouch.
Planned out?
After deciding to take this case, I scrupulously studied everything I could about the mass media in this country. I read the newspaper, old news reports. I even browsed tabloid magazines.
How very industrious of you. I'm impressed.
During this process, I learned about a strange practice favored by a TV world. A practice called the hidden camera prank.
Ah!
Betty and Bonnie, you knew about this, did you not? About the dead body appearing, the set piece falling, the show being suspended? You two were informed in this plan. By Take-Two TV in advance, correct?
Ah!
Is that true?
Betty, please, let's just tell them. Now, I can't hold it in anymore. Yeah. Dang it.
Fine, you got us. Everything the prosecutor said is true. The TV station paid us to cooperate with them on the set plan. It was all a prank, a big setup planned out in advance. Mr. Rhea showing up dead in the coffin, the set piece falling down. It was all completely scripted. It was all
A prank? Bonnie, is this really true?
Yes, Mr. Rias was supposed to pretend to be dead. That's how it was supposed to go.
So he was in on it too?
That's right. He was supposed to show up dead in the coffin. And then the set piece would fall down, Trucy would be shocked and start to panic. That's how this prank script went.
What? What the heck kind of prank is that?
But we never thought he'd actually wind up dead. Yeah, that was the only thing that was different from the script. Poor Mr. Rias.
I'm so completely lost right now.
Well, Betty and Bonnie, it certainly sounds like you have some explaining to do.
All right. I guess desperate times call for desperate measures. Just this once, we'll share how it was all done with you. So listen carefully. You'll never hear this kind of thing anywhere else. After our teleportation trick, I went down under stage. When Mr. Riaz's body appeared from the coffin on stage, it was time for Betty to do her job in the understage passage. That's right. I used the remote control for the winch connected to the dragon set piece. And made it fall down. And just before the dragon fell, I called Trucy to the backstage so she wouldn't get hurt. After that, the plan was for Mr. Riaz to come back to life in front of the panicked Trucy. He was supposed to laugh and fly up and away. That was how it was scripted anyway. But for some reason, he really did turn up dead, so he kind of just stayed on the ground.
What kind of sick joke is that?
It sounds like a terribly mean-spirited prank to me. The poor defendant was trying to do her magic show.
I guess so. I'm sorry, Trucy. Whatever. It was all the ratings Raja's idea anyway. Yeah, it sounds like just the kind of thing the guy like him would come up with. This is the prank plan script we got from the ratings Raja. Dang it, you made us break our contract. Now we won't get paid.
But where does this all leave us? Who killed the victim and when?
Yes, exactly. Those are the key questions. If Mr. Riaz was only pretending to be dead in the coffin as a part of a prank, then when he was under stage, there would still be life within him. If that was the case, then Betty, who was also under stage, may have executed her may be excluded from our list of suspects. Witness, was the victim alive up until he entered the coffin?
Oh, well, now that you spilt the beans, we might as well show you this video.
Greetings, viewers. It is I, the great Mr. Riaz. Yes, we are currently in the middle of Trucy's escape trick. Having snuck through the understage passage undetected, I am now hiding backstage, preparing to play a little prank on Trucy. I'm about to hide in the coffin, which Trucy will stab with her rubber sword. When the coffin opens, ho-ho, I will be in it, acting as though I've met my maker. Can you imagine the look on Trucy's face then? Ho-ho, I can hardly wait.
He's about to hide in the coffin?
It would seem the threads of karmic destiny have led us to the truth. the victim passed through the understage where Betty DeFemme was and came up to the backstage area. We know this because Mr. Rios appeared to be backstage when he shot the video we saw.
It appears that way, yes.
And the defense? You proposed the following, did you not? What if the victim was killed under the stage before going into the coffin? But then, what about this video? This footage was taken just before Mr. Rios entered the coffin.
Ugh.
Oh, so does that mean...
Yes, it is, Your Honor. Yes, it is horrible, but true. The tragedy did indeed play out through there on the stage. Went into the coffin where Mr. Rios was hiding. Trucy Wright thrusted her blade.
Ah!
See? Told you so.
So, are you saying the incident was a magic accident that happened during the prank?
It would be an accident if the accused had no knowledge of the prank beforehand. So let us ask the accused herself. Ms. Wright, did you have prior knowledge of the prank?
What?
Tell them, Trucy. You didn't know anything about it, right?
Of course I didn't. I didn't know a single thing about it.
Objection!
Still think you can play innocent, do you? In that case, you leave me little choice but to present this piece of evidence.
It looks like some sort of note.
That's...
I found this note in the dressing room after the incident. At the time, I did not understand what it meant, but all is clear to me now.
What's this?
Let's see. It says, get the video camera after Mr. Rios comes tumbling out.
It is a note signed by the accused, instructing Bonnie to collect Mr. Rios' video camera from him, it seems.
I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. I found it in the dressing room before the show. When I saw it, I realized that Trucy knew about the prank.
It does bear her signature, I'll give you that much.
So the defendant had prior knowledge of the prank?
It would appear so, yes. When she learned about the plan to trick her, she decided to use it to her own advantage. So she turned the steel sword into the coffin where the victim stood chuckling to himself. Is that not what happened, Miss Wright?
Of course not. And I didn't write or sign that note.
Ah, but the handwriting matches yours. All of the evidence and testimonies points to you being the culprit.
But I didn't do it. It wasn't me.
Then explain the existence of this note. You can do that, can you not?
I
I can't explain it. I didn't write it, so I don't understand. I didn't kill Mr. Rias. You have to believe me. This silence is deafening.
Continue struggling against the threads of your own karma if you wish, accused. Even as you are inescapably caught in the web of fate you spun for yourself. Ms. Wright, it is time to resign yourself to your fate.
No, I didn't do it. Ha! I knew it! She, sweet-looking girl, a murderer. She took all of us in with her tricks. I told you. But I didn't do it. I really didn't. Why doesn't anybody believe me? Shut up, you killer! We won't fall for that anymore! This is bad.
Your Honor, I suggest we put an end to this tragedy now. Give your official ruling, and let us offer the victim's soul to the last rites it deserves.
Very well. I suppose I have no other choice. This court hereby finds the defendant, Trucy Wright.
Objection! The defense has an objection. Apollo?
You, even now, you would...
I won't give up, and I refuse to let either of them down. Mr. Wright, who's counting on me, and Trucy, who's put all of her faith in me.
Mr. Justice, the fact that you have raised an objection means that you have evidence to which you refute the prosecution's claims, correct?
Yes, I do. Of course, Your Honor. Do we really have anything, Apollo? Actually, we do. There's one piece of evidence that we can present here.
Very well, Mr. Justice. You may proceed.
As we saw in the video footage, there's no question that the defendant thrusted a sword into the coffin. The defense doesn't dispute that point. But let us not forget that this was a magic show, filled with tricks and illusions. We can't take everything we see at face value.
So you're saying some sleight of hand was somehow involved?
Yes, the defense contends that the sword the defendant used was not the cause of death. Now, what was it that Trucy told me she did just before she thrust the sword in the coffin?
Very well. Let us see your evidence then, Mr. Justice. But remember, you interrupted my verdict to make this claim. You will be severely penalized if I find you are bluffing.
Yeah, that's fine, Your Honor. This shows that it's possible that the sword Miss Wright used was not the cause of death.
Take that!
What's this? A sword from the show?
That's right, Your Honor. This rubber sword was in the sword stand under stage. During the trick, Miss Wright was supposed to swap the real sword for a rubber sword. And she told us on record that she remembered very clearly that she did.
I see. So the sword the defendant thrust into the coffin was a rubber sword, was it? But then, why was the steel sword found lying in the stage?
Somebody must have put the steel sword there by swapping it with the rubber sword. Just after the incident occurred, the dragon set piece fell and the theater was evacuated. The real culprit must have used the resulting chaos to swap the rubber sword with the steel one.
Objection!
Do you not know when to give up, Stinkbug? That is not possible. Blood was found in the coffin hole that the sword was thrust into. It must have been left there when the accused withdrew the sword. This is incontrovertible proof that the sword she used was the steel one.
Objection!
But that blood could have been the result of someone tampering with the crime scene after the fact. After the set piece fell, the audience was cleared out of the theater. There was plenty of time for somebody to plant that blood there.
Objection!
If the sword the accused used was a rubber one, then when exactly do you propose the victim was killed? Given that Mr. Rios was alive when he entered that coffin.
Objection!
Finding the answer to that question is precisely why we need to continue this trial.
Let me express my opinion. By all accounts, it is certainly reasonable to suspect the defendant based on the evidence. But as to question of whether the sword the defendant used was rubber or steel, I believe further discussion is warranted. I suggest we hear from the defendant herself on this issue.
Very well, Your Honor.
Yes, I saved it, somehow. Too close for comfort, but still.
Let us adjourn for a brief 15-minute recess. Be advised the prosecution and the defense to use this time to prepare.
Phew, that was hairy. Tell me about it. We barely made it through by the skin of my teeth. I can't say I'm crazy about that prosecutor said Mari either. You know, with the way he says let it go and move on, as if it's nothing.
Let it go and move on, huh?
Oh boy. Hey, am I interrupting a secret conclave of villains or something? Oh, for fudge's sake, not you again. You got your next evil scheme in the works already? What do you want?
Keep making that face, champ, and everybody's gonna change the channel.
Look this way, Trucy. Now smile for the camera. Let's see those pearly whites. Isn't that what the Gramery Cree tells you to do? How does it feel, Trucy? Everybody online can't stop talking about you. They're calling you the real witch out there. Or could this be the end of Troup Gramery?
Go away, you creep!
Oh, what's this? Something just charged into the frame. It looks like a yellow gorilla or something. Could it be Trucy's pet?
Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Else, do you want me to get the bailiff?
Huh? Filming? What are you talking about? I didn't even have a camera on me.
Huh? What happened to the camera?
It just disappeared right before our very eyes. I'll be enjoying the rest of Trucy's show from the gallery. I put out a call for Trucy's fans to come and support her earlier, by the way. Bet I'll get some great footage of them. This is gonna be good.
Hang loose, baby!
He called in Trucy's fans? But for what purpose?
Apollo?
That thing Mr. Rettins did just now.
That was some high-level sleight of hand.
Huh? Why would he know how to do something like that?
I don't know, but he definitely has some serious magic skills.
No way. But I thought he said magicians were all a bunch of good-for-nothings. Mr. Lawyer. Oh, it was Betty. Oh, hello, Bonnie. Can I help you with something?
Well, there's something that's been bothering me.
Really? What is it?
Well, you see... Hey, dummy! What are you whispering to Lobster Boy about? Betty? Who the heck do you think you are? Are you crazy? You want a piece of this? You know you have to talk to me first before you say or do anything, you harebrain. But I... Shut your mouth, you dumb bunny. Come with me now.
I wonder what was bothering her.
There's no way we're finding that out with Betty constantly hovering over her like that.
The court is about to reconvene.
Will you be all right testifying?
Yes, it's just... I wonder what Mr. Rettins has up his sleeve. I doubt he's bringing in actual fans.
Yeah, probably not. I wonder what he has up his sleeve, too. He better not be trying to get under Trucy's skin right now, of all times. You're Trucy Wright, and you'll be fine.
Oh! There goes Apollo with his best trick.
That's right. Whenever I'm feeling down, I always tell myself I'm fine.
All right, I'll give it a try. I'm Trucy Wright, and I'm fine. Thanks, Polly. I think I can do this now.
That a girl. Good luck up there on the stand. You'll do great.
Thanks. I'll be fine. I can do this.
All right, Justice, you can do this too. Time to focus on the rest of the trial.
Court is now back in session. Defendant, please step up to the witness stand.
Trucy Wright, magician.
Here she comes, the liar, the deceitful liar.
Boo, we want to see you.
Order! Order! The gallery will be quiet or I will have you all thrown out on the spot.
What's with all the hecklers? I bet they're the fans Mr. Redhins invited. What a grade A jerk! Well, he's not going to psych us out.
Now then, Ms. Wright, this court would like to know if you switched the steel sword to a rubber one on stage. So please, testify about this issue.
She's just gonna try and trick us again with her magic. Hurry up and convict her. Give her the death penalty.
Silence, all of you! I won't tell you again! Miss Wright, do you feel able to testify?
Yes, I'm fine, Your Honor. Trucy, I know I shouldn't have let you go through this. I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I'd show you exactly what happened. Would that be all right, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic trick and judge for yourselves. In spite of everything, she's still smiling. Our Trucy is amazing, isn't she? She sure is. She's doing just fine up there. A true entertainer always smiles, always keeps a smile on their face. She's faithful following the Troup Gramery creed even now. She really is something else. It's showtime for magical girl Trucy Wright. Watch carefully now, everyone. The stupendous sword switch. Ladies and gentlemen, please focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate just how sharp the blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. Just a very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... Presto Sordo! There, I switched it. And now? Hup! As you can see, the blade is not steel, but rubber.
Bravo, Miss Wright!
Wow, she switched them in a flash. I couldn't see her do it at all. She's completely turned the room around. The hecklers are being drowned out by all the cheering.
Where did the steel sword vanish off to, Miss Wright? In order to deepen our understanding of this case, please tell us if you would. I'm not asking out of mere curiosity, just so you know.
I actually hid the steel sword backstage when I switched them during the show.
So then you thrust the rubber sword into the coffin. The steel sword wasn't even on stage, but behind the curtain?
Exactly. So you see, there is a trick and a gimmick to it after all. And as for where the steel sword went when I performed the trick just now, it's a secret. Wouldn't want to spoil the magic for you now, would I? That's our Trucy. Yeah, still. Ms. Wright, that part where you spun around, that's an actual part of the sword switching trick you do for the show, right? Right. Hey, the other parts, like the apple, were her just to help with my explanation here in court. That's funny. I think I found an inconsistency in her testimony. And it looks like I'm not the only one. I don't know what it's doing here, but now that I found it, I have to get to the bottom of it.
Now then, Mr. Justice, you may go ahead and question the witness. And try not to ask dumb questions or spoil this wondrous magic.
I thought this was supposed to be my cross-examination. Ladies and gentlemen, focus your attention on this sword. Allow me to demonstrate how sharp this blade truly is. See that? No tricks or gimmicks. A very sharp sword indeed. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, watch as I take this sword and... presto sordo. There, I switched the swords. Where's that item? Show footage.
Objection!
Ms. Wright, there's something I'd like to confirm with you. What is it, Apollo? There seems to be a discrepancy between the way you performed the magic trick just for us just now and the way it appears in the show footage. What? But that can't be. I performed it exactly the same way both times. Then what's going on here? Ms. Wright, I have the show footage right here. And the part where you twirl your cape around is missing from it. What? But I did it. So, it really is the exact moment you switched the swords? Yes, that's right. I knew it. Well, I certainly never expected the defense to expose the accused's lie for me.
Mr. Justice, does this mean that you're arguing that the defendant did not swap the swords during the actual magic show?
No, Your Honor. That wasn't my intention. I mean, I did swap them. I know I did. I'm absolutely sure of it.
Objection!
Human memory is unreliable at best, but in this case, I am afraid that this witness herself, who cannot be trusted. We can see the footage for ourselves. The claim of this witness is false.
But
now that it has been proven that the accused did not swap the swords, it means that the use of the steel sword to pierce the coffin was wholly intentional.
yeah,
And by the way, it was not you, Mr. Justice. Was it not you, Mr. Justice, who argued that Mr. Ria's death was not an accident, but murder? I assume you have no objection to that still. It was, after all, your own assertion.
the defense,
Objection!
the defense has an objection. To you, Mr. Apollo Justice. I demand you withdraw that discrepancy you pointed out just now. But there is a discrepancy, and it must mean something. I'm sure of it.
Would the defense team kindly save their spat until after court is adjourned? Now, after all this debate, it seems we've come back around to the original argument. The defendant knew about the prank and prank plan that would place the victim inside the coffin. What's more, the defendant did not perform the sword-switching trick on stage.
Through her actions, I'm afraid I have to come to see the true intentions of the accused. Her murderous intentions.
It's such a shame.
But I did switch the swords. I swear. You're knee-deep in it now, Justice. Hold it. Excuse me.
Let's see, you are... which one again? Benny? No, that's not right. Bonnie?
It's Bonnie. You were mixing up the two names together, Your Honor.
Oh, pardon me. And do you have something you wish to say, Bonnie?
Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to testify.
About what?
The more I think about it, the less possible it seems. I don't believe Trucy killed Mr. Rias.
Bonnie?
Hold it! Hey, what's the big idea?
Such an incredibly gifted and talented magician would never commit murder. I refuse to believe it.
What are you talking about, you harebrained hare? You keep your trap shut. I got a bag of baby carrots for you, so chew on those and pipe down.
No, I won't be quiet.
What's the matter with you? Didn't you hear me?
Trucy said something to me once.
Huh?
She said, no matter how scared you get, no matter how mean people are to you, you can't give up or give in. That's what being a professional magician is all about. Isn't that right, Trucy? That's right, Bonnie. I've always been afraid to stand up to Betty, afraid to defy her, so I did what she said. But then I saw Trucy today. She gave me her strength.
She's just gonna try and trick us with her magic. Hurry up and convict her already. Give her the death penalty.
I'd like to make a small request. How about instead of testifying with words, I'd show you exactly what happened. Would that be all right, Your Honor? You can witness my stupendous sword-switching magic and judge for yourself. Seeing her courage, the way she kept smiling despite everything, she's just incredible. So, I'm not gonna run away. I'm scared, but for once, I'm going to be brave. What have you done to my sister, Trucy Wright? You're practically brainwashed her. It's the power of Trucy's conviction. That's what it is. It's touched Bonnie's heart.
Yeah, Trucy's really is one magical girl. Bonnie, is the topic of your testimony related to that thing that was bothering you? That thing you tried to tell us about in the lobby during recess?
Yes. Ever since I saw the show footage,
Something's been nagging at me. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but something is off. I feel like something about it is different from what I saw on stage.
What do you mean by that, Bonnie?
I wonder if what's shown on TV is really the same as what happened on stage.
Objection!
Of course it is. The show has only been performed once, after all. It can't show anything other than what happened on that stage yesterday.
Objection!
But Bonnie's testimony deserves our attention. We have to examine the show footage.
But what can we check it against? Do you have some other footage to show?
Well,
I have some show footage.
you do?
One of the TV station cameramen said said he was a fan of mine. He kept his camera on me throughout the entire show, and then afterwards, he gave me the footage he shot as a present.
He did?
To tell the truth, I thought it was kind of creepy, so I was going to get rid of it.
Hold it!
Please submit that footage to the court.
Now then, let's take a look at this new footage.
Oh god, this guy's a pervert. Wow. Okay then.
He really did keep this camera on Bonnie the whole time, didn't he?
I think this cameraman needs to keep his professional feelings out of his work. What a pervert.
Well, defense, do you still believe in this new show footage is worth inspecting?
Of course I do.
Okay, so how are we going to get out of this?
Let's try comparing the two. We just might find an inconsistency between them.
An inconsistency, huh?
Yes, two pieces of footage are of the same scene, so they should match up. But Bonnie felt there was something off about the original footage. So if we pick out what's different between the two,
We'll know what Bonnie was found strange.
exactly. Plus, we may figure out why the original doesn't show the sword switching trick. Your Honor, the defense would like to compare these two pieces of show footage.
Very well, I will allow it.
What a waste of time.
Apollo, do you know how to compare the two pieces of footage?
No, I've never done it before.
I'll give you a little lesson then. Use the video player buttons to go through the footage. When you want to speed through the footage, press forward button, press A. If you want to go back and rewind, press Y. If you want to halt the playback, just use the pause button, B.
Oh, and by the way, if you want to fast forward or rewind, the playback is pause. You can do a slow frame by frame playback. Okay, so how do I switch between the two videos? Just switch the camera button with L. Now, if you find a difference between the two pieces of footage, put the cursor that's different and present X to the core. Thanks, Athena. You really know your stuff. Not really. I just give it some gusto and then went with my gut on most of it.
What?
I sure hope she guessed right. Anyway, let's give it a try. Okay, Bonnie. Now then, switch the footage. Play it. Oops. Rewind.
Take that!
This is it right here. Take a good look at this scene and compare it to the video shot from the front.
Oh, the playing cards don't appear in front of the front.
Hey, you're right. What's going on here? Ms. Wright, can you tell us about these playing cards? Oh, those? They're the cards I throw when I do the sword switching trick.
What? Mr. Justice, does this mean...
Yes, it means that the sword switching trick was cut from the TV show footage. So the footage was edited? Yes, with malicious intent. That is absurd.
Well, we must get to the bottom of this right away. Bailiff, the TV station might still have the unedited footage. Go say what you can find out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hold it. It's you. Now hold up, Your Honor. This is all just a big misunderstanding, believe you me. Give a guy a chance to defend himself before you start pointing fingers.
Who might you be?
Right. Sorry about that. I've got ahead of myself there. This is my business card. Charmed to make your acquaintance, Your Honor.
Oh, well, that's very polite of you.
It's lovely to meet you too, Prosecutor Samari. Please, take my card. A business card? Ah, yes. I read about this custom among businessmen in this country. I have even familiarized myself with the various replies. How do you do, good sir? Or what's crack-a-lackin', homie, for example?
Oh, You're from Take Two TV, are you, Witness? Come to think of it, I believe I've seen you on television before.
Yes, Roger Rettens, otherwise known as the Ratings Raja. He is a TV producer and appears on many of his own TV shows as of late. He is best known for his catchphrase, "Hang loose, baby."
Oh my, so you're the Ratings Raja.
Hang loose, judgy baby. Nice courtroom you got here.
I never thought I'd get to meet you in person. But Prosecutor Submari, how do you know so much about him?
In preparation for the case, I watched all of his shows. I found the Ratings Raja goes to Burger Barn of particular interest. It inspired me to visit the restaurant straight away to learn more about the local cuisine.
What? You went to the Burger Barn?
Who would have thought?
You must really wanted to try it, huh, buddy? 'Cause that line, woo! Compared to my aesthetic training, an hour's wait is nothing. I recommend the Southwestern burger with jalapeno jack cheese, by the way.
I'm having a really hard time picturing him in line for burgers.
Prosecutor Submari, his unexpected enthusiasm for food aside, Mr. Rettens, what is this misunderstanding you mentioned?
Well, for starters, it's true that the footage was edited. You'll get your hands on this anyway, so I might as well show you the unedited footage. It's a pretty long video, so I'll just show you the part with the playing cards. You can see the cards when Trucy spins around, so keep your eyes peeled. Did you see the part that was cut out there? Trucy switched the swords. She spins around and playing cards go flying. Everything's like it's supposed to be.
Then it seems the defendant really did swap the swords during the trick.
Which means the swords Ms. Wright thrust into the coffin was a rubber one. In other words, Ms. Wright couldn't have killed Mr. Riaz.
Hold it. Yeah, see, that's the first misunderstanding there.
What do you mean?
Well, Trucy did swap the swords, as you saw. So, yeah, maybe she didn't kill Mr. Riaz when she stabbed the coffin. But that just means he was killed after the show showed up. After he showed up pretending to be a corpse.
So you're saying that up until that point, everything was going according to script? If that's true, then when and how exactly do you think he was killed?
It was after the dragon set piece came crashing down. I saw Trucy, Trucy murdered Mr. Riaz when she was hidden from view behind that set piece. She couldn't have easily done it behind that huge dragon, and nobody would be the wiser. I see. Indeed, there is a ring of truth to your assertion.
You bet. Plus, there's a suspicious-looking shadow in the footage, too. It's toward the ends of the footage, just before the dragon hits the stage. It might be easier to just see for yourselves. It's only for a split second, so it's hard to catch, but look here. This suspicious-looking shadow must be Trucy. She's using the steel sword to hide behind the curtain during the trick to kill the victim.
Now that you mention it, I suppose it does look that way.
Objection!
This witness is trying to ram his theory down our throats, Your Honor. And that's not all. Aren't we forgetting that the witness willfully edited the sword switch out of the footage? Hold it. You see, there's your second misunderstanding right there. Your Honor, would you mind if I testified about it? I've seen people testify on TV, and I've always wanted to give it a shot.
That would be fine with me, Prosecutor Sadmari.
This is quite unexpected. It threatens to disrupt the karmatic course of this case.
Hey, lighten up, pretty boy. Hey, you're like what I like. I've got to say, promise. You're gonna like what I have to say, promise.
Very well. However, if you do anything to impede the last rites of our victim, I will have you removed.
All right. With Prosecutor Sadmari's permission, please give us your testimony, Mr. Reddins.
Roger Reddins, the ratings Raja. Now, Kaiser at the courtroom. I'm taking over the floor, so listen up, loyal viewers. It wasn't deliberate, I tell you. Footage meant to be edited. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. Scenes are spliced together, and long or boring scenes are cut out. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or nothing. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional. Or what? You got some proof that I had an ulterior motive for editing that footage?
I see. So you're saying it was a coincidence that the sword swapping scene was cut?
That's right. Hey, glad you got the picture.
Objection!
Coincidence? That's just too convenient if you ask me. Oh, an objection. How cool. It sure packs a lot more punch when you hear it live. Hey, do that again. I want to get another shot from a different angle. My objection is not for your entertainment. And cut. I've got some good stuff here.
Mr. Rettins, filming is prohibited inside the courthouse.
Whoops, my bad, Judge.
And if the defense has an issue, it can point it out during the cross-examination.
Let's see if I can try to wrap this up for this case. Footage is meant to be edited, I tell you. The scenes are spliced together, and long or boring scenes are cut. All the stations edit footage this way. It wasn't like it was done maliciously or anything. It was just a coincidence that particular scene was cut. It wasn't intentional.
Hold it!
Of all scenes you could have cut, why the sword switching trick? That seems like too much of a coincidence to me. Oh, so you're gonna tell me how I'm supposed to edit my programs, hotshot? It's hard being a big boss, kid. You gotta make tough choices, like which content gets cut. Then let me ask you this. Why exactly did you make such a tough choice in this case? You wouldn't understand, champ. It's all about artistic vision. I tell ya, people will tell you how to do your job when they don't know the first thing about it. I may not know TV, but I know evidence law. And boy, do I have some for you, champ. I might not be able to show you that your selective evidence is intentional. However, I know you bear the defendant ill will, and this evidence proves it.
Take that!
Huh? What is that you got there? This is the contract that you had Miss Wright sign just before the magic show. The contract between the first party, Take-Two TV, and the second party, Miss Wright, reads, if through the fault of the second party, the show must be canceled in part or in full. The second party will pay $3 million as compensation to the first party.
$3 million? That's a completely unreasonable sum.
I couldn't agree more, but of course Ms. Wright doesn't have that kind of money. Nevertheless, Roger Rettens had her sign this unreasonable contract anyway. Or more accurately, he conned her into signing it.
Conned her? How did he do that?
There's a trick to the clipboard that was used by Miss Wright to sign her contract. It houses carbon paper that can be secretly copy her signature onto the other documents. Oh, come on now. That's quite a nasty accusation you're slinging my way. For starters, you don't have any proof that I had anything to do with that carbon paper stuff. Just because Trucy and her agency can't pay up, that doesn't mean I conned her.
But $3 million? That's totally out of reach for the average person. In any case, this is an important new information. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Rettens.
Where's your proof of linking me to that tricked out clipboard? You don't have any, do you?
Objection!
You must be quite the con man if you can fool a magician with a simple trick. But if you can't... But if you think you can con a lawyer, you're very much mistaken. Hey kid, Would it kill you to enhance in front of the camera? You know, like a newscaster? I'd like you to take a look at this, at Ms. Wright's signature here on this note. Now, let's compare it to that signature on the one here on this contract.
Well, would you look at that? They're exactly the same.
That's right, Your Honor. Not just similar, but exactly the same. Nobody can sign their name in exactly the same way twice, unless it's a copy. These signatures are proof positive that you conned Miss Wright. And they definitely prove your malicious intent. Say, not bad, lawyer boy. Didn't know you had it in you. This is really getting interesting now. I'll get great ratings for sure. Don't try to dodge the issue, Mr. Rettins. The fact that you bear ill will against my client, so the show footage was definitely edited with malicious intentions. Isn't that right?
Objection!
What a forced argument, defense. All you have really proven is not that he's ill will toward Miss Wright, but his punctuary greed.
That's right. I just wanted money, baby. Fat stacks of cheddar, that's all. After all, I've never even crossed paths with Trucy before this magic show. So, I'd have absolutely no reason to bear her any ill will, right? He didn't bear her any ill will, huh? Fat chance. This guy definitely has a major hay for Trucy. You'll see. I'll dig up the dirt and expose the dark heart behind that sweet smile. I'll prove those Gramery magicians are all a bunch of lowlifes. I can't prove it with anything, but the thing he said all point to that fact. There must be something between the two of them that gave birth to this grudge. Some sort of connection that not even Trucy is aware of. Your Honor, I'd like to argue that Roger Rettins and Trucy Wright must have crossed paths before. There must be some hidden connection between them.
Hidden
Connection?
What is it now?
Just what are you getting at, Mr. Justice?
It is futile to even ask, Your Honor. Surely it is just another one of the defense's feckless his claims.
Objection!
You don't seem to have a very high opinion of me, but once you hear my argument, you'll wish you'd have taken me a whole lot more seriously.
Will I really? Very well then, do proceed.
Did you figure something out, Apollo? Nope, not a thing. What? That was just some good old-fashioned bluffing, courtesy of Mr. Wright's fine training. I hope you know what you're doing.
If you're going to make such a bold claim, Mr. Justice, I hope you're ready to elaborate. What is this hidden connection between the defendant and Mr. Roger Rettins?
Well, what else could it be? That sleight of hand trick Mr. Rettens did during the recess earlier.
Filming is prohibited inside the courthouse. Do you want me to get the bailiff?
Huh? What filming? What are you talking about? I don't even have a camera on me. What if Mr. Rettens is a magician too?
What if? I believe it's up to the defense to fill in the blanks, not me.
Well, if he is, he may have some contract with Ms. Wright, but somewhere along the way.
Objection!
Your argument is hardly worth responding to. But by all means, please do continue. As a passage in the sacred scriptures of the Qur'ani states, he who gives a sermon to a monkey is himself a monkey.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you say to a dimwit. He isn't gonna get it anyway.
But we saw Mr. Rettens perform a magic trick. He made his video camera disappear in the blink of an eye. While I think it would be pretty funny if I were a magician, you must have been seeing things. Want me to introduce you to a good eye doctor?
If a connection as tenacious as that is all it takes, then every magician in the country could potentially bear ill will toward the accused.
I guess you're right. You're not the sharpest knife in the drawer, aren't you, short stuff?
You would do well to cleanse that putrid mind of yours in the holy waters up Mount Pony Pony. 3 days under the frigid waterfall, and even you shall rise to the level of a monkey.
A numbskull for a numbskull. What's this numbskull has thick skin, so there. Well, this numbskull has a thick skin, so there. I think I get what they're driving at. Even if he is a magician, it's not exactly a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy, is it? Hold on. I think I can think of one person. A magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Trucy. Or rather, one magician who has a reason to bear a grudge against Troup Gramery. Oh? No way!
Is something wrong, Mr. Justice?
Your Honor, the defense wishes to submit evidence at this time.
I see. And what sort of evidence do you have for us?
Evidence that points to the real killer, the one who has a motive to commit this crime.
What?
And what have you come up with this time, defense?
Trucy Wright is the sole heir of Troup Gramery and its name. This puts her square in the crosshair of one particular magician. And this piece of evidence points to the one magician with a grudge against Ms. Wright.
Take that!
And who exactly are you naming, Mr. Justice?
13 years ago, the great Mr. Rias belonged to Troup Gramery. But then, the troupe ousted him and Mr. Rias vowed to get revenge on them someday. And what better way to accomplish that than through the ruination of their soul heir?
But Mr. Rias is the victim, Mr. Justice. You've named a dead man as your suspect?
But is he really dead?
What do you mean, is he really dead?
If the fact that Mr. Rias is the victim is what's throwing you off, then how about we consider this possibility? What if the man who died on that stage yesterday wasn't Mr. Rias? What? You mean the victim was an imposter?
Not Mr. Rias? Then what about the real Mr. Rias?
It would seem the real Mr. Rias is still alive. That's absurd.
Mr. Justice, who is the real Mr. Rias, if not the victim in this case?
It's all coming together now. I finally see the gimmick, the trick to this entire case. This should explain everything, Your Honor. The real killer, the one who hated Troup Gramery and wanted to sully its name, the magician lurking in the shadows who set up a fake Mr. Rias in his stead, the real Mr. Rias is...
Take that!
But that's...
Yes, it is. Roger Rettens is the real Mr. Rias.
What?
Huh? Him?
Objection!
Oh, holy red pepper. Oh, hollow red pepper. You impotent seeds sprout not but meaningless, empty words. You can't possibly have proof to support such an outlandish theory.
It's not a bad idea for a soap opera. But even die-hard fans of the genre would stick around past the pilot.
You want proof? Well, I've got proof. I can prove it by proving that the Mr. Rias in yesterday's magic show was a fake. And to do that, I just need you to look at this spot on the poster.
Take that!
This is the injury Mr. Rias sustained while practicing a magic trick 13 years ago. However, the video the victim shot of himself shows no trace of that injury.
Oh my, you're absolutely right.
Now, Mr. Rettens, what do you suppose we'd find if we took a look at your right forearm? Is there a chance, hence a nasty 13-year-old scar under that sleeve of yours? Well, Mr. Rettens, why don't you roll up your sleeve and let the court have a look? Or are you hiding something else up there? Come on now, I have nothing up my sleeve. I don't need to hide anything up there, because I require no tricks or gimmicks. For you see, my magic is the real deal. This is what you were hoping to see?
Oh, there it is! The scar!
Just as I thought. That's right. I'm the forgotten magician, abandoned by the dark understage of history. The great Mr. Riaz. This
Is totally...
absurd. How ironic, wouldn't you say? That this odious mark carved into me by Troup Gramery would bring me back into the limelight once more. Strange are the karmic threads before me. If the witness is the real Mr. Riaz, then who is the victim who perished in the magic show? He is but a fan. I met him on one of my programs several years ago. He said he had become a magician out of admiration for the great Mr. Riaz. In confidence, I told him my true identity and let him take on my mantle. And when did this man take over for you? About 2 years ago. I taught him my tricks. I even acted as his producer. And so, a mere amateur became a popular magician overnight. Courtesy of my magic, on stage we call television. Hope you enjoyed the show.
You really had us all fooled.
Mr. Rettens, or should I say Mr. Riaz, in your hatred of Troup Gramery, you killed the victim, Mr. Mystery. And then set up Miss Wright to take the fall, didn't you? You did it all to tarnish the Gramery name. I have no idea what you're talking about, lad. I set up the prank, that much is true. But it was simply a harmless joke on Trucy, I assure you. Yet, she learned of the plan and made use of it to commit murder. That is how strongly the criminal element runs in the blood of these Gramerys.
Objection!
But if it was a secret prank plan that very few people knew about, couldn't you have been the one to use it for your murder instead? Yikes!
His head!
Just kidding. What the heck was that? Heed my words, lawyer lad, for I fear your grasp on reality is slipping. I do believe I told you that my magic is real. It employs neither tricks nor gimmicks. Enough with the ambiguity. Why don't you make your point already? My alibi is as pristine as ever. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Submari? Yes, I suppose that is correct. The witness does have a solid alibi. What? Recall, defense, that at the time of the magic show, Mr. Rettens was at Take-Two TV. A fact that many people can easily attest to.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot all about that.
Oh, so you do think, oh, Your Honor? So what do you think, Your Honor? Would you like me to testify on the matter?
Yes, I think you better. Please tell the court about your alibi.
Very well then, on with the show. Are you watching, Magnifi Gramery? The time has finally come for my magic to snuff out your precious protege. Pedigree. The Gramery line will be no more. My perfect alibi. I was at the TV station at the time of the Primrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for this magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth. Do you understand now, perhaps? I did not grace the theater with my presence until after the incident. Just show how could I have committed the murder. His staff did say he was there at the station. So it sure does sound like a rock-solid alibi.
But that can't be right. If Mr. Rettens is the killer, he had to have been at the theater.
There's gotta be a hole somewhere in his story. I assure you there is no holes on Mr. Rias' stage. No tricks, no gimmicks. True magic doesn't need trapdoors to escape, though. Do enjoy my show to the fullest. And my real alibi. Let's try to wrap this up. I was at the TV station at the time of the Primrose performance. I was busy working on another TV program. I could spare no time for the magic show. Do ask my staff if you doubt my claim.
Hold it!
How do we know those staff members aren't in cahoots with you? I make it my business to perform solo. My magic can neither her need or nor want of assistance. After all, one of them could reveal my secrets behind my magic, could they not? So he doesn't trust anybody, huh? That's a complete opposite of Trucy. There were many people there in the studio, audience who saw the witness as well. Even if he had been able to persuade his own staff to cover for him, he could not have convinced so many complete strangers to do the same.
He really has made a rock-solid alibi for himself.
Yeah, it's almost too good, you know. It's eerie how perfect it is. Has all been revealed to you now?
Hold it!
But you did come to the theater eventually, isn't that right? Indeed. Anxious to see how the show was progressing, I made my way to the theater. Let's see. My journey took about 10 minutes by car. Could he actually have been at the theater during the 10 minutes killing the victim? Allow me to stab at reading your mind. Aha! Could I have been at the theater during those 10 minutes to killing the victim?
How in the...
But no, I took a taxi. The driver can attest to that. Feel free to call the taxi company if my word does not satisfy you. The driver is a big fan of the ratings Raja. I even gave him my card. He gave the driver his card? That was very clever of him. You might as well give up, lad. Questioning real magic is a fool's errand. Besides, you know very well what I was doing at the time of the incident. And there it is, a simple and perfect alibi. No tricks, no gimmicks, just the truth.
Hold it!
I've got it. Hey, do you have a brother? A brother that looks exactly like you, maybe? Again with the twins business? You think the audience will let you get away with using the same gimmick twice in a row? If you don't believe him, defense, why not investigate for yourself? Though I assure you your efforts will prove to be thoroughly fruitless. Yeah, I guess the twins theory is a little far-fetched. His alibi really is airtight.
I believe we've heard enough. While I believe the witness doesn't indeed harbor some ill will against the defendant, there is no reason to doubt that he was at the TV station at the time of the incident.
Yes, the fact proves that it was impossible for the witness to have been involved in this crime. These last rites for the victim have dragged on long enough. The soul of the victim himself is so bored that it is resting on the top of your honor's head.
It is?
The time has come. Let us punish the sinner and guide the victim's soul to the Twilight Realm. Apollo, Trucy will be thrown in prison, and we'll be out of the job. But if you catch tasty fishes, will you sell me some at a good price? I told you, I have absolutely zero intention of going off on a tuna boat. Think, Justice, think. You have to figure this out. It's no use. I can't find a single flaw. So what now? Behold, my never-ending magic show. Come for the awe-inspiring showmanship of the great Mr. Riaz. And stay for the grand illusion until the end of time. Wait, is he saying that we're still trapped inside some sort of illusion of his? That's what professional magicians do. They make their audience see something that really isn't there. In other words, you make us see illusions, right? We call it misdirection. While we keep you busy believing one thing, We're busy making something else happen. What else is there really isn't? What we say is there really isn't, and what we say isn't there actually is.
Could it be?
You know what, Mr. Rettins? I guess we have all been spectators to the elaborate illusion you prepared for us. An illusion that has subtly turned our attention towards something you wanted us to see.
What are you going on about, lad?
Have you gotten something, Apollo?
I just remembered something Trucy said about misdirection. What a magician says is there actually isn't, and what they say isn't there actually is.
If we've all taken for a ride by Mr. Retton's magic, then maybe he's made us see something that isn't really there.
Time to enter my mind palace.
It's time to rethink all of the assumptions about this case. What have we been made to believe was there when it actually wasn't? What have we taken to the absolute facts of this case? If we reevaluate the validity of all these things, then just maybe... Athena, there's something uncanny about this case. Okay, what is it? Retton's alibi. It's too perfect. That's true. It's like it's impossible to break no matter how hard we try. But maybe that's the trick. Maybe that's exactly what he wants us to think. I'm not following. We're not making any headway here because we've been so focused on breaking his alibi. Oh, I think I get it. So you're saying he's using misdirection on us, right?
That's definitely a possibility.
Ahem. Would the defense care to share with everyone what it's discussing over there?
Your Honor, we believe that if we were to reconsider a certain assumption, we may finally arrive at the truth. In fact, I think we'll even finally see who's hiding behind the curtain, so to speak.
And what is this certain assumption you're thinking about?
This is the key assumption I've been thinking for the I've taken for granted the whole time. What if the culprit was somewhere other than the theater at the time of the crime? What if there was some way to commit the murder without actually being there? If that were the case, then Mr. Retton's perfect alibi becomes irrevalidated.
Objection!
How could one person stab another to death with a sword without physically being there? Furthermore, we saw that what appears to be the culprit's shadow in the footage.
Objection!
But couldn't we just as easily assume that the shadow does not belong to the culprit?
Well, if it's not the culprit's, then whose is it?
I'm not 100% certain sure yet, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the right track. We've all seen something that looks like this shadowy shape before, Your Honor. during the magic show itself.
In that case, please point it out in the show footage for us.
This is the thing that looks suspiciously similar to the shadowy figure of the culprit. Okay, here goes nothing.
Take that!
Doesn't this shadow resemble the suspicious shadowy figure?
Now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it?
Ms. Wright, hey, would you identify this shadow for the court?
Let's see. I believe that's Mr. Hat's shadow.
It's from when he was being pulled up from the stage to the catwalk overhead by wire. Then, could this shadow that's shown later on in the footage be Mr. Hat too?
No, that's not possible.
After Mr. Hat was pulled up to the catwalk, he stayed up there. In other words, this second shadow is from some other figure being pulled up?
Some other figure? I'm afraid you'll need to be more specific than that, Mr. Justice.
He's right. We've come this far. I'll just have to figure it out from the clues I've had on hand.
What is the second shadow in the footage?
Let's see.
Take that!
If we consider what was happening on the stage at the time, there is only one answer. The shadow belongs to the fake Mr. Riaz. In other words, Mr. Man of Mystery.
The victim?
Please, take a look at the prank plan script. Mr. Mystery was to pretend to be dead and then fly up into the air after that. Isn't that right, Mr. Rettins? Indeed. And what of it? I contend that this is exactly what happened. The victim was wearing a stunt harness around his waist. It was most likely attached to a stunt wire so that he could be pulled up into the air.
So you're suggesting that after pretending to be dead in the coffin, the victim flew up in the air, just as the prank script says?
Exactly. We just couldn't see him go flying up because the dragon was blocking our view. And that last trick, ladies and gentlemen, is the true piece de resistance of the culprit's murderous magic show.
Don't tell me. You've got it all figured out?
Yes, I think so. If we can look beyond Mr. Retton's last bit of misdirection, we should finally be able to see the real truth. The victim must have been pulled up into the catwalk just like Mr. Hat and hit the cushion up there with a considerable force. And I just have to figure out what else happened up there at that time.
Are you ready to elaborate, Mr. Justice?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm ready.
In that case, please answer me this. Why did the culprit make the victim fly into the air like that?
To murder him. Just why did the culprit have to have the victim fly up after he was in the coffin? And how did the victim actually die? When he was already only pretending to be dead in the coffin. If we can figure out these two questions relate, how these two questions relate, the answer should become clear.
Could it be?
Mr. Mystery, he must have thought he was still just part of the prank when he appeared on stage. He probably didn't suspect a thing when he was being pulled up into the air. After Miss Wright was called backstage, and just as the set piece fell, but the culprit had already hid the real murder weapon in the cushion in the catwalk. It was probably a knife or a blade of some sort. What? You mean? Yes. It was a magical murder. Just as the prank script said, Mr. Mystery was whisked up into the air. And straight into a blade there in the catwalk. In other words, this murder was committed remotely through the use of the magic trick. What?
Remotely?
Using this method, it wouldn't matter where Mr. Rettens was at the time of the death.
But how exactly does it work, Mr. Wright? Justice?
Just before the murder occurred, the dragon set piece was up in the catwalk. And it and Mr. Man of Mystery was connected to each other, her by wire, her at the time. By carrying out the prank plan, Betty made the dragon set piece fall, which caused Mr. Mystery to rocket straight up and into the blade up in the cushion. The cushion was high up enough to be hidden from the audience's view. That's why nobody saw the blade. Oh, then that big gash in the Mr. Hat's cape. The blade must have been up overhead sometime before the magic show. Mr. Hat must have been slashed by it, too, when he was pulled up to the cushion. Hold it! Oh, that was her, Betty. I can't believe it. I had no idea. I was told that Trucy would freak out if I made the set piece fall. That's the only reason I did it. You were used by Betty. Roger Rettens used you. I thought he was my little puppet to boss around, but it was the other way around. After the incident occurred, Mr. Rettens arrived at the theater. He got the murder weapon and swapped the rubber sword with the bloodied steel one. That's also when he lowered the victim's body down to the stage. But How did he have time to do all that? When the set piece fell, the audience was evacuated from the building. He was able to do all those things after the fact that because there was no one around to see.
A horrific murder camouflaged by a spectacular magic show. That sounds like the kind of murder only a magician could pull off.
As long as the show proceeded as it was, that scripted, Mr. Mystery was doomed to die. That's why it was you, Mr. Reddens, who killed the victim, all the way from the TV station. This prank plan, or should I say murder plan, proves your murderous intent.
Yes! Gramery!
Satorai Maomandomo Samashi de Tashi no Ketaragase o Soroka!
Enough. You dim-witted, ignorant, imbecilic, putrid red pepper. He can't possibly have counter-argument to make. Talk about not knowing when to let it go and move on. Do you have a rebuttal or something, Prosecutor Sabmari? No blade of any kind was found in the catwalk, which means you have no evidence to support your theory. But Mr. Reddens retrieved. He did after the fact. Which still leaves you no way to prove your wildly fantastic remote murder theory. But without proof, it does not make more sense to believe that the murder was committed there on the stage. That where the blood-stained sword was found, after all.
That's a very good point.
As the only person who could have committed the crime, there on that stage, Trucy Wright remains the prime suspect. It would appear that what you call the truth is a little more than a cheap parlor trick. In the end, you have done nothing but to prove the accuser's innocent. You have done nothing to prove the accuser's innocent. It is time at last to let it go and move on. Yeah. Are you seeing this, magnifique Gramery? My magic is exacting punishment on your grandfather. The Gramery name is done for. Apollo, we need to hit them with a decisive piece of evidence. I know, that's just what I was thinking.
Mr. Justice, do you or don't you have anything to prove that the witness committed this remote murder you produce?
Of course I do, Your Honor. This entire incident was carried out exactly according to the script. Right. So theoretically, there should be no evidence for us to find or use. Which means our best bet is to see if something unscripted happened. There's gotta be something Rettens couldn't have foreseen. And once I find it, that's how I'll expose his murderous trick. Get ready, Mr. Rettens, because I'm about to reveal the secret of your magic. There are no tricks or gimmicks here. Just some good old-fashioned logic. Entering Mind Palace. As long as the magic show went as scripted, the murder would have happened without fail. Everything in this case was carefully planned so that no evidence would be left behind. Still, one thing happened that definitely wasn't in the plan. Bonnie made a mistake. Bonnie made a mistake during Trucy's escape trick. What mistake did Bonnie make during the magic trip? Mr. Hat's positioning. Uh-oh. That's bad timing on their part. Mr. Hat was placed in the wrong spot. Because Bonnie placed Mr. Hat to the right of the coffin instead of the left, Trucy had to reappear on the side of the coffin opposite to the one in the show script. But the culprit didn't know that when he first arrived at the theater, which means he was bound to make a slip-up when he tampered with the crime scene. I believe this is the right one. No. The blood in the coffin. Blood was in the wrong side of the coffin, too. Thinking Trucy had appeared on the left side, the culprit must have put the blood in the left side. But the blood was eventually discovered on the right side hole during the police investigation. If the killer had originally put the blood on the left side, then that means he must have tampered with the scene again afterwards to make it line up with the facts. To make the crime scene consistent with the facts, the culprit must have swapped the fingerprints. That's right. Hey, the left and right panels of the coffin were interchanged. The culprit must have switched the two panels to make the blood stain fit the facts. But the switch must have also given a rise to something unnatural. Oh, I remember now. There was something unnatural about the coffin. And it's just the evidence I need. Sorry, Mr. Reddins, but I have some very conclusive proof for your guilt. Another bluff, is it? Oh, no way you have anything of that kind. My magic is real.
Objection!
No, there are tricks and gimmicks to it. Just like any other illusion. What? After the murder, you switched the left and right panels of the coffin, didn't you?
God.
And because you did, you left behind something very unnatural for us to find. This proves that Roger Rettins tampered with the crime scene after the murder took place.
Take that!
The fingerprints results?
What about the fingerprints is unnatural?
Let's talk about the prints the victim left behind inside the coffin, shall we? If the victim was facing forward, in the coffin, his prints should have been looking like this. However, what we found was they were facing the opposite direction. It's quite unnatural for the prince to be facing this way, wouldn't you agree?
It is strange, isn't it? But how did they get this way?
They got this way because the culprit thought the magic show had gone according to script. The culprit, though, through Mr. Hat, would be on the left side of the coffin. And that Miss Wright would also pulp up on the left side of the coffin, as per the show's script. He was then assumed she had thrust the sword into the hole on the left side of the coffin. That's why he put the blood in the left side hole when he was trying to cover up for the crime. But sometime after leaving a bloodstain, the culprit must have realized his mistake. He found out that due to Bonnie's mistake, Mr. Hat was on the right side of the coffin. And that, despite the script, Ms. Wright had thrust the sword into the hole on the right. In short, the hole with the blood on it was on the side opposite of Trucy, of the ones Trucy's used. To make the blood's location fit the facts, he had to tamper with the evidence yet again. So he tried to cover his tracks by switching the coffin's left and right panels.
Oh, so that's how the fingerprints in the coffin ended up backwards. Because the culprit switched the two sides panels around. The prince ended up facing the opposite direction. But instead of going to all that trouble with the panels, why didn't the culprit just wipe the blood away and redo it on the other side?
I'm afraid that wouldn't have worked, Your Honor, because of a little something called luminal testing.
Ah, that's right, luminal! I almost forgot. Luminal can detect traces amount of blood even if it's been wiped away, right?
That's right. Wiping the blood away would have only served as proof of his meddling. How about it, Mr. Rettins? I did a pretty good job figuring out your trick, didn't I?
Objection!
Trucy Wright could have done the same just as easily. You have no proof that it was this witness who tampered with the evidence.
Objection!
Ah, but I do have proof. What? A person who was in the magic show would never have made the mistake of putting the blood on the wrong side. Least of all Ms. Wright, who surely would have remembered she was on the other side.
Oh my, you're absolutely right!
Why, you impudent. I'm sure you realize by now, Prosecutor Sabmari, that your claim that Ms. Wright was the culprit just doesn't hold up. You and the accursed...
Objection!
Really? Ms. Wright and I? Because I think you're the one with the ticket there for trying to convict an innocent girl. Ooh, prosecutor breakdown.
Prosecutor Sabari, are you all right?
As As for the true culprit, he is someone who knew how the show was supposed to go, but didn't actually see it. And that's someone who had the chance to tamper with the crime scene after the incident. And the only person who fits the bill is you, Roger Renz. Gramery! All of the secrets to your tricks have been revealed. And with no tricks left, I'm afraid the show has been canceled permanently. Time for a breakdown. All of my secrets have been revealed, you say? Don't make me laugh, boy. Mine is true, real magic. There are no secrets to reveal. Behold, ladies and gentlemen, the true power of the great Mr. Riaz. Witness the magic for Troup Gramery. Burn. Crumble. Fall to my furious light. The great Mr. Riaz will bring an end to you all. And now for the final heir of the Gramery name, right here, right now, you too. You shall No, this isn't right. No, I didn't do anything wrong. No, this is not my fault. I'm not the one. I'm the victim here. What? Stop! No! Curse you, Gramery! Curse those Gramery. It's all because of them. Even now they wound me. Curse them all to the abyss. Do you really hate us that much? Does your hatred burn that deep? Deep enough to kill an innocent man? You're damn right. You have no idea what humiliations I had to suffer. Your grandfather, Magnifi Gramery, kicked me out after I got hurt practicing my magic. He said I was too unskilled, that I would mess up on stage. Then threw me out of the troupe just because he was worried about his own reputation. Since I was but a child, it was always my dream to become a great magician. But that Magnifi, he took it all from me. But that's no excuse. There's no reason to do something so evil. Magic is supposed to make people happy, not used as a means for murder. What's the big deal? I just used what I had available to me, that's all. I get it now. That attitude towards magic is why my grandfather kicked you out. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician. Don't deserve? I don't know about that. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prison as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your magics. You see? So in the end, Troup Gramery was defeated by the great Mr. Riaz. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Take that, Gramery! You lose! If anyone needs to learn to let it go and move on, it's this guy. This car and my prison can both burn in the flames of my creation.
Bailiff, take Mr. Mittens away! And bring a fire extinguisher just to be safe. It looks like we've reached the end. I feel as though I've been watching a grand magic show.
It was close, but we just barely made it through somehow. Huh? Why does Trucy look so down?
Ms. Wright?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm about to announce my verdict. Could I see that wonderful smile of yours? That smile of a true entertainer, as I do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now then, this court finds the defendant, Trucy Wright, not guilty. Court is adjourned.
Thank you for everything, Polly. Oh, Trucy. Grace Dio. Oh, now you can open your show tomorrow, just as planned. Yup, it's all thanks to you two. Oh, but now that Mr. Riaz is gone, I'll need to find somebody to replace him.
I don't like the way she's looking at me.
Trucy, I'm sorry about everything. Hey, what are you apologizing for? Roger Redden's used us. We're victims too. We've been made an accomplice for murder. But Betty, we have to take some of the blame for this too, you know. Even if we didn't know he was planning to kill Mr. Mystery, we did cooperate with him. It's all my fault, isn't it? Neither of you is to blame. The only one in the wrong is the person who used magic to commit murder, Roger Rettens. Don't you think I know that? Say what you want, but don't think for a second that I don't still hate you. I guess she really does hate me. But Betty, why? You used to be a huge fan of Trucy's. Hey, shut up. I've always hated her.
Really? But if we hadn't seen Trucy's magic show, we never would have tried to become professional magicians ourselves, right?
Speak for yourself.
But Betty, you still...
Just shut up.
Was she acting that way this whole time because she secretly loves Trucy? Wow, Trucy. I never knew you bring the best could be he's so tough. Come on, Bunny, we're leaving. We have to get ready for tomorrow's show. You're really excited about performing with Trucy again, aren't you?
That's not true, so zip it, dummy.
Polly, do you think I really am a naive greenhorn? Huh? No way, she's not. After all, you were completely taken in by my magic, were you? Not? If not for that lawyer over there, you would be on your way to prisons as we speak. You're right. I didn't see through your tricks. You see? So in the end, Troup Gramery was defeated by the great Mr. Rias. You're not fit to lecture me from on high, Trucy Wright. You don't even deserve to call yourself a magician, you naive greenhorn. Trucy, don't tell me that you're taking what Mr. Rias said to heart. Well, maybe a little. I didn't see through his tricks, and I let myself be taken in by his magic. I can't trust myself anymore. Maybe he was right to call me a greenhorn. You shouldn't take stock in his words. He doesn't even know the first thing about you. Huh? You're a wonderful Gramery magician. You should be proud of yourself. Thank you, Apollo. But what makes you say that? I know you're wondering you're a wonderful Gramery magician because of this.
Take that!
My grandfather's notebook? The Gramery Creed. A true entertainer always keeps a smile on their face. When you performed your magic trick in court today, you showed the world your dedication to the Troup's creed. Even through all the jeering, you kept a smile on your face and won the crowd over. You were everything Magnifi could have hoped for her in an air. You're a great magician, Trucy. A great magician? Me? You really are. That's why. You don't have to worry about what Mr. Retton said. Oh, Polly. Thank you. Still, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have lost my nerve if I hadn't been alone. If I'd been alone up there. But I was able to keep on smiling because of you. Me? I remembered what you said to me in the detention center. After all, you're sure you swiped the swords, right? Yes, I remember doing it. Then I just know it wasn't your fault, Trucy. But how can you say that? Yeah, we don't have any proof it wasn't me. I mean, I know you're a great lawyer, Polly, but I believe in you, Trucy. And I believe in your skills as a professional magician. So I'm going to prove your innocence. Don't worry, you're going to be fine. Your words were what kept me going. Apollo, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Now I can be everything I meant to be. Trucy's real smile is the best. I'm so glad I could help make that happen. Emma? I'm really sorry, Trucy, for everything. But why? Well, I wasn't able to convince Prosecutor Sadmari what a good person you are. And I had to testify against you, too. You have nothing to apologize for. You were just doing your job. You're too kind. Oh, I don't know about that, huh? Is something wrong, Emma? Oh!
Prosecutor Sadmari, what are you doing here?
Detective Sky,
Yes?
I require your forensics expertise over in order to close this case. Come, let us go.
Wait! Prosecutor Sadmari!
The trial is over, Mr. Justice. You and I are strangers once more, with no further need to interact.
Strangers? Have you really forgotten all about me? What? You've really changed, Nayuta. Telling me to let it go and stuff? What happened to you?
Oh, lawyer of impure soul, I have nothing to say to the likes of you.
Are you serious, Nayuta?
Now, if you will excuse me.
There he goes. What was all that just now, Apollo? How do you know Prosecutor Sadmari? Let's just say we're old acquaintances. Acquaintances? It seemed like something more than that. Yeah, well... You don't like to talk about your past, do you? Because you always change the subject. I guess I'll have to talk about it someday. But for now, come on, let's forget about the past and celebrate Trucy's future. Sure, if you say so. Hey, it's Mr. Wright. Put him on speakerphone, Apollo. What's up, Mr. Wright? Apollo, how's Trucy? Hey, what happened to the trial? Did you get the not guilty verdict? Mr. Wright, slow down. Everything's fine. Hi, Daddy. I'm okay now. She was found not guilty in a very dramatic turnabout. Plus, we saved our office. It's a great victory for Apollo. Phew, that's a load off my mind. I can't thank you enough, Apollo. Now that I can trust you, who to hold down the fort anytime. Me? Really? Yes, you. You're the real full-fledged lawyer now, in my eyes. A full-fledged lawyer? I still can't wrap my head around it. Thank goodness you were there to take care of everything. And thank you, Apollo. No need to go that far, boss. especially not in front of everyone. Oh, and by the way, I won't be able to make it to tomorrow's show, so I was hoping you could do it. You'll do that for me, won't you? Of course! I wouldn't miss it for the world. Full-fledged.
So, Daddy asked you to come to tomorrow's show, huh? As my assistant, right?
No, he just asked me to go cheer you on.
Okay, then I'll be sure to save up the best seat in the house, Polly.
The best seat in the house? I really appreciate that, but...
Good, then it's settled.
Objection!
I should have known! That this was the seat she meant.
Magical girl Trucy will now perform her greatest illusion yet. There are no tricks or gimmicks here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the real magic.
Wait a minute! You're kidding, right? Hey, there is a trick or gimmick, right? I'm too young to die!
And now, Mr. Hat, hey, you know what to do with that sword.
No, wait! Stop! No!
And that is how Trucy and Gramery Land ended with a rousing high note. With a big round of applause and Polly's ear-splitting screams.
What kind of an ending is that? And thus brings us to the end of Case 2 of Let's Replay. Hey, Ace Atterney, Dual Spirit of Justice. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did and would love to see more, hit that like and subscribe button. Leave a comment if you want. Ring that bell to be notified when our next video comes out. We do new videos every Tuesday, Thursday, and sometimes Saturday and Sundays. All this helps my channel to grow so you guys have more videos to enjoy. Until the next episode, my friends, this is Saur Darkchylde signing off. Have a good night, folks, and enjoy the trailer for the next case.
Wakey wakey, 201. Got some more questions. Sound the alarm! Prisoner 201's escaped!
Well, you know, with Dad's back on the streets, things will be on the up and up for us.
Keep your voice down. You want that rebel hunter to find us or something?
Come on, we're small fries compared to... Huh?